Look at him, he's heading for that small moon.
I think I can get him before he gets there. He's almost in range.
A moon. It's a space station.
What's up and what's going on, fellow fanatics? I apologize for the choppiness there that you guys were experiencing. I was trying to download something while it was going. Well, I successfully downloaded something while it was going. So that was the cause of the choppiness. So I apologize for the choppiness there, and I hope that there is no more choppiness in anything that you guys are seeing or hearing now. I hope that it is back to normal, or at least it should be back to normal. But yeah, we have some things to talk about today. We're going to get into it. I do have time today. So, and when I say I have time today, I mean I have time for the recast conversations. I have time for the recast conversations for sure, and the reason I have time is because you know what? And when we start talking about the recast stuff today, because I've been tagged in a plethora of different things since the Cat Williams video. Everybody is aware that I have not posted anything recast related since the Cat Williams video, and that's been purposefully. I didn't want to post, or I really didn't even want to say too much about anything until I released this video in this month. But again, I do have time, and there are some things that I would like to say. There are some things that I would like to get off of my chest. But also I will address the things that I have been tagged in. So we're going to get into some of that stuff today. We're going to not really talk about it, because there's really not much that I can go off on it until the Marvel Studios subreddit puts something else out about it. But we are going to talk about Secret Wars and how it may be two parts. What I've been saying from day one. You guys remember I've been saying I don't know how they're doing Secret Wars and it just being one singular film. I don't see Secret Wars being a singular film. The comic run is massive. So how are you taking a film that is so massive, so grand in scale, and trimming it down, or taking the comics, that's so massive and grand in scale, and taking it down to a singular film in Secret Wars? So it looks like that may be happening. It looks like the Molecule Man may actually be involved. So we may be getting introduced to the Molecule Man here soon as well. But we're also going to talk about Venom 3, just some quick updates here. These two things that I'm naming, Secret Wars and Venom 3, there's really not much to go off of. I'm going to just tell you the little news that's come out here for both of those. We're going to talk about Bad Boys 4, and something I did want to talk about yesterday, but ended up not streaming yesterday. But Bad Boys 4, we're going to talk about that, and it's starting production. We'll talk about some of the other DC things. There's other DC stuff going on, but then, of course, we're going to get into what I have to say as far as recast T'Challa goes. But I do appreciate everyone being here, and again, I do hope that your screens and everything are back to normal. I hope that it's not being laggy or choppy for you at all. So like I said, we're going to talk. I appreciate everybody being here. Let's go ahead and address everyone that is in the chat. Mind of Inception, appreciate you being here. Reese, appreciate you being here. Cardboardology, appreciate it. Raymond, appreciate you being here. Raptor Cloak, Andre, Kenny, Stevie, Network, Josiah, Darth, JD75, D Stizzle, SP Flash, Professor the Film Fan, Stephen Dunn, Zang Beto, Ant-Man 1991, the Dre, and I think that's everybody. Yeah, I appreciate all of you guys being here. Like I said, we are going to get into the thick of it today, and I may do... never mind. No, we're not going to do that. So anyway, let's get into it, though. So this is what I know about Secret Wars. Just to start that off the bat. So it has been rumored by the Marvel Studios subreddit that Secret Wars is no longer going to be just a singular film. It is going to be a two-parter. And if you remember when Infinity War was originally announced, before Infinity War Part 2 became Endgame, it was just Infinity War Part 2. So it looks like we may be having two separate films for Secret Wars, a Part 1 and a Part 2, which again I think is massively appropriate. I don't know how you're telling that story in one film anyway. So I'm pretty excited about hearing that. And again, that is a rumor. It is coming from the Marvel Studios subreddit. So when we do know that they do put out accurate leaks, accurate information when it comes from the subreddit. So it could be something that is actually going to happen. Again, I don't have a lot of news there. That is just something that was rumored. We were gonna watch Warren Thompson, Cosmic Wonder. We were gonna watch his video that he put out on it, but I watched it before, and he really didn't give much of anything. I thought maybe he had a source or something, but he didn't. So when it's not something, that's all I really know about it right now. Is just that they are looking at having it be 2 parts. But I will go ahead and, again, that's not a big topic or anything like that. But it'll hopefully become one later on. But this is what I'm hearing about Venom, and this is coming from Divinity Seeker. If you guys remember, we talked about Divinity Seeker a couple earlier this week or last week sometime, and Divinity Seeker was the new leaker on the scene that released all of the Agatha Coven of Chaos leaks and things like that, and how the show is going to be going. Well, they have put out some things, and again, Divinity Seeker, whoever they are with someone that was either with Great Phase at one point or still with Great Phase, but they said this about Venom, and they said that Venom 3 is set in the same world as Madam Web, and it is a story of Eddie/Venom hunting down for Peter Parker, but finds out he's just a 5-year-old child and struggles with knowing they need to take down Peter for their future, but begin to start seeing Peter as a son-like figure. What the fuck? Hold on. Then it goes on, Divinity Seeker goes on to say, there is a scene of Venom taking Peter to a museum where he exposes Peter to spiders, but ends up making Peter fall. Whoever, Isle and Eddie, rushes him to the hospital. Eddie begins to realize how innocent Peter is and that perhaps they are in the wrong for capturing him. Okay, well, I will be completely and utterly honest with you. This is I read through this leak earlier a little bit today. I read through the first paragraph. The second paragraph I did not read through. I just saw that Divinity Seeker did tweet this out, and I wanted to address it. Now, Divinity Seeker did address this in January, kind of mid-January is when they addressed it, but then they readdressed some things a couple days ago for it. But I'll be honest with you. And you guys know I always am going to be honest with you. I don't like it. I do not like it. What I'm hearing, I do not like. The fact that we all kind of knew that Venom was probably more than likely going to take place in the same world as Madam Web. Everything over there at Sony seems like it's going to be taking place within the same world, and that Madam Web, from what we know about Madam Web, is going to be the catalyst that sets all of those things up. Like, that sets up Kraven the Animal Lover, that's going to set up El Morto, it's going to set up Venom 3, and etc., and things like that. This, though, see, the issue, the last time we talked about Spider-Man, or the last time we talked about Venom 3, I said, I don't want to see a deal where Spider-Man is not involved. And to me, throwing a 5-year-old Peter Parker in there is a slap to the face. It's still not having Spider-Man involved. I'm confused here. Maybe Divinity Seeker doesn't know, or maybe that's just information that just wasn't shared. But I'm confused here as to who is the villain in this. Like, obviously Venom would be but what is the motivation? Like, who is fighting? Who is he fighting? Because obviously Venom's not fighting a 5-year-old Peter Parker. I don't like the whole looking at Peter as a son-like figure. I don't like that at all. I also do not like, this whole thing of Venom hanging out with Peter, taking him to the museum. Like, what is this? There are times where scoopers or leakers will put out certain things in regards to a project that is up and coming, but And there are times where I'm like, that sounds really cool, or I hope that they don't do this. And this is one of those times where I'm saying, I hope that this is not true. I hope this is not something that the people over at Sony are sitting in the writers' rooms talking amongst themselves, saying, you know what, this sounds like a banger, because it does not. It does not at all. I'll read that first paragraph one more time. Venom 3 is set in the same world as Madam Web and is the story of Eddie/Venom hunting down for Peter Parker, but finds out that he's just a 5-year-old child and struggles with knowing they need to take down Peter for their future, but begin to start to seeing Peter as a son-like figure. And again, these are the worries that we have for the Sonyverse, for the SSU is what they call it over there. These are the trepidations that I have when you take out the franchise's main character and you try to do things with lesser characters that are just there to complement the franchise character. You know, obviously Venom is a major character when it comes to the Spider-Man universe. However, the character is Peter Parker Spider-Man. That is the character. So again, what it's seeming like to me is what we talked about the last time we talked about Venom, and that is the fear of the absence of Spider-Man. A 5-year-old Peter Parker is not Spider-Man. He's not so the fact that we're going to be seeing a 5-year-old Peter, and we're going to be seeing that same young version of Peter, I don't think he's going to be 5 in Madam Web. I think he's going to be his mother is going to be pregnant with him during Madam Web, and whatever happens in Madam Web, it has to do with the whole time traveling elements to where they're trying to prevent Peter from being killed as an infant. From this, again, those are things we know just from the leaks for Madam Web and whatever. But this does not sound promising. This does not sound like something I'm interested in at all. I'm be honest with you. If this is what they are doing and they're truly going to hold on to this, I can tell you right now, I likely won't see this in theaters. I won't pay money for this. I will not pay money to see this. And some people out there might be thinking, oh, Darius, you're over exaggerating. Like, let's wait to see what Sony does. Let's wait. We've waited. We've seen what Sony does. Sony does Morbius. Sony does Carnage and then doesn't do Carnage. And if you know what if you know, you know. If you know, you know. Sony has made Kraven an animal lover. Sony thought to themselves it would be more beneficial for our company to do an El Muerto film than doing something involving, I don't know, Spider-Man. So, and you know, I can hear people saying, well, El Muerto does involve Spider-Man. He's one of Spider-Man's villains. Again, if you are checking for an El Muerto film, that's congratulations. I'm so happy for you. If you're checking for Hypno Hustler, I'm so happy for you. If you're checking for the Rhino Sandman buddy cop film, again, congratulations. I'm happy for you. And if you're checking if this sounds like something that you want to go spend your $15 or however much it costs for you to go to your local theater and pay for a film, if this sounds like something you want to sit down and pay for, congratulations. I'm happy for you. For me personally, nuh-uh, this is not it. I'm not interested. I'm hoping that this is not true. I'm hoping that this is something that maybe was on the table and they came back, looked at it and said, why did we do this? Let's scrap this and let's come up with something better, something more fresh, something, new. I don't know. Maybe we can look at the source material and actually put Spider-Man in this, or a Spider Person, because at one point Louis Esposito had said that Sony has plans for their new Spider Person, and at one point some people thought it was going to be Spider Woman, Jessica Drew, or whatever things, but I don't know that's I don't know. We have not heard or seen or Sony has not given any type of inkling towards Spider-Man outside of Into the Spider-Verse or anything like that. Obviously we know we're getting an infant Peter Parker and Madam Web, but it seems like in all the projects they've got coming up so far, Peter's gonna be a baby or 5 years old. He's not gonna be Spider-Man. And I'm really, I thought I was confused about the DCU. I thought I was confused about, is it a reboot? Is it not a reboot? James Gunn has answered that question since then, but is it a reboot? Is it not a reboot? Who's staying? Who's going? What are we, who is this? What's that? Are you writing this? Why are you writing that? I thought I was confused about the DCU. I'm confused more about the fucking SSU. I'm more confused about that than I am the DCU, because what are you doing with the Spider-Man franchise? Like, what? This does not, where Sony kind of, my hope that Sony could kind of turn their shit around came when we, obviously seeing the Into the Spider-Verse trailer and some of the things we heard about Madam Web, I'm kind of like looking forward to seeing. But then there are things like El Muerto, or the Rhino and Sandman buddy cop film, or the Hypno Hustler things. It's just like you're announcing all of these things, but where the fuck is Spider-Man? That's like me going to watch the Titanic and there's no goddamn boat. what am I watching at this point? Like, what's the interest for me to continue to invest in your cinematic universe that you're trying to create? So again, if this is something that you're interested in, I am so happy for you, and I hope that this does everything that you want it to do. I hope that you are extremely happy, and I hope that it touches all those fucking whistles and bells that you want it to touch. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm hoping that this is not it. And again, if this is it, I will not be viewing this in theaters. I won't give it my time or energy. But again, question is for you guys. Maybe the mileage may vary for you. Let me know down below in the comments what you guys are thinking. Is this something that you're checking for? Or you hear, and I'll read it one more time, that you hear Venom 3 is set in the same world as Madam Web and is the story of Eddie and Venom hunting down Peter Parker, but finds out that he's just 5. He's a 5-year-old child and struggles knowing that they need to take down Peter for their future, but begin to start seeing Peter as a son-like figure. Let me know if that's something that you're interested in. Are you interested in seeing Venom take on Peter, adopt Peter as a son-like figure, and maybe them go to the museum like they mentioned also in the leak? You know, Venom's going to take him on a field trip to the museum. If that's something you're interested in, let me know down below in the comments about what you guys are wanting to see for Venom 3. Let's see what the chat's saying. Okay, let's see. D Stizzle said, oh, I'm sorry. Let me start here. All right. Steven, let's start with Steven. Steven said, not a fan of the Venom films. You know what, Steven? I am behind you. I don't want to say I'm not a fan. I don't want to say that. I enjoy and love. I don't want to say I love. Ooh, gosh, I'm just throwing words out today. I enjoy the first Venom film. It's fun. I enjoy the first Venom film the way I enjoy Black Adam. It's fun. It's action-packed. It's fun. It was a good time. Yee fucking ha. Venom 2, you butchered Carnage. You had one job. And you butchered Carnage. Took me out. Venom 3, if it's in the vein of what Divinity Seeker shared, I won't be watching that shit. J. Rob said, sorry, just stick to making PlayStations. Right. Eric said, this sounds like another hit. Oh boy, I'm telling you, another hit from Sony. It's right up there with Hypno fucking Hustler. Mind of Inception said, wish they didn't make Venom too comedic. Yeah, I agree. Official MG, appreciate you being here. D Stizzle said, Eddie realizes Peter is innocent. Yeah, bro. Stephen Dunn said, Uncle Ben would allow a random guy, or wouldn't allow a random guy taking Peter, or would allow a random guy taking Peter to the museum. Question mark. You know, bro. Again. I don't know. It just sounds like, you know, well, from what Divinity Seeker is sharing, it seems like Venom and Eddie are going to start looking at Peter as a son type of figure. So maybe in the next Venom film or the next Spider-Man film, if they ever do Spider-Man, Venom and Spider-Man team up and they go on a whirlwind of adventures and they tour the states and go on this father-son museum adventure. I don't fucking know. I don't know. But Sony seems like they're just going to continue to Sony. Like, and again, bro, I try. I really do. I defend the Sonyverse. I've had my theories. I've said so many different things. Like, guys, just give it this, give it that. Like, trust them. I know they haven't really given us much to trust, but you know, they've got Spider-Man. It's Spider-Man. Let's just wait. I'm telling you, man, they have not handled this IP the way they should be handling this IP. This sounds just like garbage, bro. Garbage. SP Flash, not talking to me, I'm sorry. D Sizzle said, what the fuck about that? Franchise said, hell nah. The Draylight said, this sounds terrible. Surprising no one. Right, surprising no one. Eric said, I blame everyone who supported Venom 1 and 2. Franchise said, TJ and Little Parker. Man, I'm telling you, all these little fucking kids. CGZ said, what I want to know is, how does Morbius fit in? Bro, how does any of this fit in? How does any of this fit in? Like, none of this shit. You know what? Sony doesn't even know how this fits in. They're just throwing shit around at this point. You know, where it seems like DC let James Gunn tell it, has a better, more formulated plan than Marvel. And they're just getting off the ground trying to, and with their reboot, Sony has been here. You've been here, bro. You've had Spider-Man. You've owned Spider-Man for how long? And you still can't get it right. It started with Spider-Man 3. It started with Spider-Man 3. That's where Sony got too big for their motherfucking britches and started going at Sam Raimi talking about, no, do this, add this. No, add this villain. Now add this villain. And Spider-Man 3 turned out to be the worst of the fucking trilogy. And since Spider-Man 3, outside of Into the Spider-Verse, tell me a Spider-Man project, and I'm not counting No Way Home, that's Marvel's, a Spider-Man project, and I love TASM. I love the TASMs, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like TASM is just mind-blowingly phenomenal. Name something outside of since Spider-Man 3 with involving Spider-Man and Sony that they've done where you've said that was a motherfucking banger. Outside of Into the Spider-Verse, and again, you can't count No Way Home. What have they done? Not shit. I'll answer. Not shit. Grace said, "Damn, Darius came on earlier than a motherfucker." Yeah, I came on early today. Producer Henry and I kind of got a system now to where I'm going to send him what the topics are. He's going to set up the stream to where I can just come in, sit down, press stream, and then go. So, yeah. We're getting it together over here, everybody. Xavier said, "Sounds like a skip for me, too." Yeah, bro, I'm going to skip this. Snyder, appreciate you being here. Steven said, "Tried watching the first Venom, couldn't stomach the bad writing and skipped through most of it. Didn't even bother watching the second Venom." Yeah, like I said, some people really don't like that. Some people don't even like any of the Venom stuff that they've done. Like I said, for me, it was just fun. It was just fun. But the second one, no. D Sizzle said, "Madam Web and that Web of Destiny shouldn't have anything to do with time travel. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. But it does. It does. I forget who's the villain in it. I forget. It's, God, who's the villain? If anybody can remember who I said the villain was from the leak, please remind me. I don't remember who they said the villain was for this. Kenny said, Sony is going to the quantity route. Quality left the building and went to Chipotle. Dre Light said, a version of Peter that doesn't matter at all. No, it doesn't, bro. Like, a version of Peter that... He's 5. He's fucking 5. Like, what? Snyder said, also, no one asked for a Kraven film. No one. The whole purpose of Kraven is that he became a villain because of Spider-Man. Bro, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, who over there is looking at all the Spider-Man, like, the rogues gallery of Spider-Man and saying, well, let's exclude Spider-Man, but let's take this villain and let's make him have his own film and own stories and own this. And the only way, again, for those of you that have been here that know, I have not seen Morbius. I will never see Morbius. I refuse to give Morbius an inch of my fucking time. And the reason being is because you teased and poked and prodded us with Spider-Man for 2 fucking years while you were advertising that movie. Then, of course, I understand COVID hit, so they had to delay the film. But then with that delay, you X'd and took out anything involving Spider-Man. And then you had fucking Vulture, Michael Keaton's Vulture, show up in the post-credit scene saying, I don't know why I'm here, but I think it has something to do with Spider-Man. Who the fuck wrote that? Who wrote that? Like, no, bro. No. Not interested. Not interested. Eric said, well, technically, Peter will be in the movie. Yeah, okay. Semantics. I guess, yes, he will be in the film. Let's see. D Stizzle said Kraven the Vegan Hunter. Yeah, that's what people were calling him too. Daniel said they should have introduced Kraven in Morbius and had him hunt Morbius at least. That would have made for an interesting movie, but still it's weird without Spider-Man. That would have made it a little bit more interesting. Again, I agree with what you said there at the end too. It's still weird without Spider-Man. Like, it's just so, that's baffling to me, bro. Like, you have a character that literally puts asses in the seats. Literally. Again, I bring this up a lot too. The day when Sony and Marvel released the Spider-Man No Way Home More Fun version, when they released the More Fun version, that shit still banked in the box office on $3 weekend. Why? Because Spider-Man puts asses in the seats. But you want to use all of his fucking villains that no one cares a shit about unless Spider-Man's involved. Like, I don't want to see his villains take on a villain and become an anti-hero. I don't want to see that, man. Like, and again, I'm not shitting on it if that's something you like. I'm shitting on the shit I don't like, but if it's something you like what you like, bro. Go like it, go love it, go watch it 1,000 times. That's great. But for me, no. J. Rob said they're doing anything they can. Keep the Spider-Man film rights. Right. Eric said the vegan hunter. Gray said that's like checking for Mr. I'm not sure on that one. Movie with no Superman in the universe. Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about. Mr. Pronunciation. I know what you're talking about, though. Xavier said Sony is the most confusing comic movie universe. I don't even know. I forgot what SSU even fucking stands for. Ant-Man 1991 said the only thing keeping Sony afloat is the Spider-Verse films and Spider-Man in the MCU. Other than that, Sony is really making sense. Other than that, Sony's not really making sense. Right. JD75 said making Peter Parker that young, I can only say why. Why? Yeah, I guess so. That's the only thing I can say too is fucking why. Why? Snyder said Madam Web movie without Spider-Man. Sony gonna Sony. Gray said the fuck. Professor Film Fan said no thank you. Snyder said sun-like figure. Eddie has a hatred of Peter Parker. God. Herrick said, but Venom is in the MCU, right? A piece of Venom is in the MCU. Yes, a piece of Venom is in the MCU. A piece of him got left when they got transferred from the Sonyverse into the MCU, and then when they got put back, we saw the piece of him getting left in. So, from what we know from rumors, that's supposed to be played out, I guess, in a post-credit scene for Spider-Man 4, and then that's going to be played out some more in Spider-Man 5. But I've even heard whispers that it's going to have a huge role in Secret Wars. We may get the start of it in Secret Wars. I mean, again, I don't know how you don't do that because that's an integral part of Secret Wars, but it's Marvel. It's the MCU. They're going to do what they're going to do. So, I don't know. Raptor Cloak said, Sony will bury the Spider-Man brand with this nonsense and Kraven being an animal lover. Yeah, bro, I'm telling you. I agree. Let's see. Ant-Man 991 said, Venom 3 is reminding me of the Joaquin Phoenix Joker. Elijah said, Sony really baited with this BS. I'm telling you. Snyder said, yeah, the Venom movies were trash in my opinion, but I prefer Venom 1 over Venom 2. Yeah, that's any day. Me too. Gray said, that's the premise. Get the fuck out of here. Justin said, I get dumber and dumber every time Sony makes any non-MCU related Spider-Man content. Network said, this sounds terrible. Snyder said, PG-13 Carnage, miss me with that. Yeah. Jared came in and said, Venom wants to be the one to teach power with great power comes great responsibility. He's going to be the one that says that shit in the Sony universe. Kenny said, I like Venom also until credits rolled and it had nothing to do with Spider-Man. I'm telling you, man, it's just weird. It's so weird. Like, I want to know what their plan is. I want to know, do they have a plan? Like, what's their end game? Like, where is Spider-Man? What's your end game with Spider-Man? DJ F and I said they should stick to animation. Agree to that too. JB Easy said Venom sucks. D Stizzle said Venom should want to eat Peter's brains. Really? Let's see. Snyder said Venom 3, it's Morphin time. Jared said can't forget Kraven, Ventura Snyder. And then we've got Chill Spot that said Sony is committed to putting out whatever. Sony gonna Sony. Kind of skipping down some. Raymond said, can someone buy Sony so the rights of Spider-Man can go back home to Marvel? Right. Daniel said, all of this is weird and none of this stuff Sony is doing makes sense. It's like, why even be invested in any of these movies that Sony is putting out? I feel that. I skip down a little bit. I start here with D Stizzle. He said the Fox universe was also a mess. Omega 095 said no, Morbius is better than Venom. I wouldn't know, bro, and I won't know. I will never watch that film. D. Stizzle said, video game Craven and Venom will be on point in Spider-Man 2. Sony Pictures is doing the opposite. Yes, I think he's going to be dope too. They both will, Craven and Venom. Did you guys see the TV spot that came out for Spider-Man 2, the game? They've started to promote things, and we're hearing that the trailer is another trailer is supposed to be on the horizon. Ant-Man 991 said, I'm surprised Marvel hasn't got the full rights of Spider-Man yet. Sony's version is becoming terrible. Like, seriously, Sony, what are you doing with Spider-Man? Great question. Yeah, that TV spot was dope. Mind of Inception said they could have put that El Muerto budget for a Miles Morales film instead. That's true. Because I don't know. Like, bro, who the fuck? Even if you're a diehard Spider-Man fan, who the fuck is checking for El Muerto? I honestly forget about El Muerto until I sit down and talk about Sony. Until I sit here and talk about Sony, I forget about it. SB Flash said, this is even weirder than that once rumored Aunt May spy film. Yes. Yeah, I forgot about that shit. Yes, I remember that. Yeah. Omega Zero said, we want Amazing Spider-Man 3 and they gave us El Muerto. Yes, bro. Give me TASM 3. Give me fucking TASM 3. Let me see where Peter stopped holding his punches. Let me see where he went down that darker path, you know? Let me see that for sure. Jared said, Sony is really banking on Bad Bunny funds breaking Bad Bunny breaking the box office for El Muerto, and nobody will care at all. Duh, bro, no one. Morbius bombed. Now Sony wants everybody and they mama to have films. Sony about to tank hard as fuck. Agreed. And let's see. And then D. Stizzle said Adria, pronunciation of last name, was the only good thing about Morbius. And then the last one, Snyder said, before TASM 3, we need the TASM director's cut and need to see those Mary Jane scenes. Oh, yeah. I forgot about the cut Mary Jane scenes. Yeah. All right, so that's the stuff I know about Venom. Again, we talked about it. We'll move on. We'll move on here to Bad Boys. Oh, wow, look at that. I did not put the correct links over here. These are the links from the last live. My apologies. Let me fix this really quick. Bear with me one moment. Something I will talk about while I'm doing this, and I'm exhausted with this, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit more tomorrow. I'm exhausted with the casting for the Fantastic Four. I don't know if anybody else is. I'm exhausted because we're still talking about a film that's still 2 years away. That film still doesn't come until 2025. And it seems like every other day we have a new read, which leads me to even more so believe that they're going to do the Council of Reads. But it seems like every single day we have a new read. And with that new read, it seems like it's just Marvel continuing to do the diversity checks where they are just checking off different, because if you notice, it's different. Like, they seem to want it to be, I mean, obviously this is something that we've known about since the beginning. I want to say the beginning of 2021, honestly. Toward the middle of 2021 is when we started hearing that the Fantastic Four were not going to be, you know, the typical Caucasian team members, that they wanted to race swap the team, and that they were going to race swap the team, and things like that. Seems like that's what they're doing with the newest announcement or rumored announcement that Dave Patel may be playing Reed Richards. That Marvel wants him to play Reed Richards, to where My Time to Shine Hello retweeted that and said he is definitely in the mix of conversation. So again, I don't know. I'm gonna talk about it in more in depth tomorrow, but I'm exhausted with the Fantastic Four casting rumors, because I have no idea what they're doing. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Bad Boys. Let's talk Bad Boys. So, Bad Boys is probably one of my... let me say this first. I saw this deal. I don't know if anybody else has seen this. It's kind of been going around social media. I saw this deal where it was Will Smith, Eddie Murphy, Morgan Freeman, Denzel Washington, Samuel Jackson, Lawrence Fishburne, and I believe just those 6. And the title of it was, if you had to get rid of one of these actors and all of their films and everything they've done, not just their films, TV shows, everything they've done, who would it be and why? And I sat there and I looked at that and I'm like, bro, none of them. That's hard. That is hard as fuck. Take me, Lord. Let them stay. I don't know. That's hard as fuck. I don't know how you get rid of any of them. But I brought that up to say, because the reason, like when I was having this conversation with people that when we all saw that meme, I was having this conversation with people I know at work, and we were just going through the list of projects that Will Smith has been attached to, the list of things that Will has done. And I don't see how you could, because someone said I'd get rid of Will, and I'm like, bro, what? Then that means you get rid of Fresh Prince, you get rid of Independence Day, you get rid of Men in Black, you're getting rid of Pursuit of Happiness, you're getting rid of Seven Pounds, you're getting rid of I, Robot, you're getting rid of I Am Legend. Like, what? You're getting rid of so many. I mean, again, Bad Boys. You're getting rid of Bad Boys 1, Bad Boys 2, Bad Boys 3. You're getting rid of so many great fucking classic films, with Will Smith. So I love the fact that Bad Boys 4 is on the table and it's something that they're about to start production on here soon. And I will address this before I jump into the Collider, what Collider had to say about him. We are coming up on a year since The Slap. Yes, and Wild Wild West. Thank you, Kenny. We are coming up on a year since The Slap. And since The Slap, Will has apologized. Has gone on an apology tour. Will has apologized numerous times. Will even did a Q&A YouTube video apology where a question would come up. He'd answer it, apologize, and move on. Answer the next, apologize, and move on, etc., etc., etc. So the conversation surrounding Bad Boys 4, from certain individuals, let me put it that way. This is not coming from everyone. This is coming from certain individuals. I say this every single time we discuss Will Smith. I say this every single time we discuss him in The Slap. I find it pretty fucking hilarious that anytime Will's name is brought up, The Slap is brought up. And of course, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. But the thing about still holding that over Will's head is baffling to me. Because the man had a human moment. Because the man, in what he said, in his words, defended someone he loved. Everybody likes to talk about the mental health aspects when we talk about Ezra Miller. But no one wants to talk about the mental health aspects when we talk about Will Smith. Will Smith even stated in his book, in interviews that he's done, that he grew up, him and his siblings grew up watching their mother be beat by their father. And he swore to himself that he would never watch someone else that he loved be mistreated verbally, physically, or emotionally ever again. And so, although his wife, Jada, in her Red Table Toxic Talk, is very toxic, that's still his wife. We don't know the inner workings of the Smith household, nor is that any of my motherfucking business. So I don't care to know the inner workings of the Smith household. But what I do know is that is a man that is still married to that woman. And being married to that woman, he is still going to defend his wife. So whether or not you looked at it as defense of his wife or disrespectful or out of line or he should have gone to jail or the plethora of other things that were said about Will, keep that same energy. I implore you, please, to keep that same energy. Let's put the shoe on the other motherfucking foot. Let's look at Ezra. Because there are still people out there saying they still deserve a second chance at being buried. The conversations are still there. Trust me, I've seen them. I've been in spaces and seen them. The fact that Warner Brothers, James Gunn, Peter Safran and company are even entertaining the idea that Ezra Miller could possibly continue on as Flash, again, is baffling to me. And why is that baffling to me? Because Will Smith slapped Chris Rock for disrespecting his wife. And again, for what he says. I'm not saying, that's not what I'm saying. That's what Will said. He slapped Chris Rock for disrespecting his wife. Meanwhile, Ezra Miller has been in the tabloid headlines for over a year with an incident after incident after incident after incident. And the conversation surrounding Miller is when they're ready to have the conversation about possibly coming back, we're willing to sit down and have that conversation with them. But the conversation with Will Smith is, I don't know about a Bad Boys 4. Bad Boys 3 worked. I've even actually, hold on. This is what I've heard. I've heard these exact words. We're talking about a Bad Boys 4 and just glossing over the slap as if the slap never happened. Not my words. I've heard those words. And we're not going to name who I heard those words from. But I heard those words. And the thing is, I find it funny. Find it funny that certain YouTubers, again, not going to name them, but certain YouTubers are condemning Will. And I don't want to say that they're not throwing Ezra in the fire, but they're also, they don't have their foot on Ezra's neck the way that their foot is on Will's neck. While everyone's calling for Will to be canceled, that same shit is not being said from everyone about Miller. And it's kind of the same thing if you want to take it to the American Music Awards with Chris Brown. I don't really give a fuck what you might personally think about Chris Brown. How you feel about Chris Brown, again, is how you fucking feel about Chris Brown. But we're not going to sit here and continue to drag Chris for something, a mistake, a huge mistake. Trust me, I was there when it happened, bro. I remember when that shit happened. We're not going to continue to sit and drag Chris through the mud for a mistake he made at what, 19? 18? 19? People are still calling for Chris to be canceled. Don't purchase his music. Don't let him perform at award shows. It's like Kelly Rowland and Jordan Sparks said. At some point, we've got to be able to look at this man and say, yes, you made a mistake a long time ago. And we're not saying that we're ever going to forget that mistake, but we are willing to allow you to have a human fucking moment and come back in and not end your fucking career over it. Not to say that that's ending Chris's career, because even though that Chris wasn't invited to the American Music Award, or he was invited but then disinvited to the American Music Awards, he still did his MJ tribute online. And with that tribute that he did online, the next day, the American Music Awards, the viewership came out, and it was lower. It was the lowest it had been in previous years. Why? Because people were going to watch what Chris was doing for his MJ tribute over you all still being upset with something that this boy did when he was 18, 19. But here, let's fast forward it to 2021, 2022. Ezra Miller choked a fan. Ezra Miller threatened to set a couple on fire. Ezra Miller threw a chair at a woman's head in a karaoke bar for singing karaoke. Ezra Miller terrorized the entire island of Hawaii. Ezra Miller groomed not one child, but two. Ezra Miller held a family hostage at their farm. But yet the conversation is, when they're ready to sit down and talk about coming back, we have our ears open. Something, somewhere's not making sense. I know what it is. I know what it is. I know why you are willing to gloss over Miller's laundry list of shit that they've done. But you're questioning Bad Boys 4. So, I'm sorry. Before I jumped into the article, I had to jump on that. Because I normally don't jump into other YouTubers' live chats. If I'm watching a YouTuber live, I normally do not jump into live chat. But when they were talking about this, I had to. And I was going back and forth with one of the hosts, one of the co-hosts that runs the live chats. I was going back and forth with them. Because, again, like I told them, I find it mighty suspicious
that y'all will condemn Miller sometimes, coddle him other times, but you've had your neck on Will, you've had your foot on Will's neck for almost got a fucking year. So, again, your mileage may vary on how you feel about Will Smith, but I will say this. As human beings, we are gonna have human moments. Will Smith slapping Chris Rock is no cause for us to still, almost a year later, still be calling for this man to be canceled. At no point. At no point. Again, if you want to do that, be consistent, damn it. Be fucking consistent. Keep that energy with Miller. Because I promise you, it's not an if. It's not an if. It's a win. Because I've seen people even commenting on Peter Safran's comments about Miller, with Miller possibly coming back, saying, well, this is just them wanting to promote, or not wanting to put any negative promotion before The Flash. This is them just saying, well, when Miller's ready to have this conversation, we're going to sit down with them because they don't want to put any negative things going toward The Flash before its release. I disagree. I disagree. I don't think that that's what they're doing. I think what they're doing is they really do want to sit down and have a conversation with Miller after, whenever they feel that they have made progress within their treatment. So I don't believe, so make no mistake, it's not an if, it's a win. The announcement of Miller continuing on as Barry, because again, let James Gunn tell him. We're going to get to that. Let James Gunn tell it. It's a reboot, but it's not a reboot. Some people are staying, others are not. Those are James Gunn's words. So we're going to get to that. But again, I wanted to go in on that before I jumped into this, because I fully supported Bad Boys 3. And I fully support Bad Boys 4, and I fully support any other projects that Will Smith is attached to. And before I read, because I am about to read the article, I'm sorry, but before I jump into it, the last thing I'm going to say, I've even seen people saying that's why Emancipation didn't do good. I would even disagree with you there. My opinion, and again, opinions are like assholes. We all have them and they fucking stink. But this is my opinion. My opinion is Emancipation didn't do good because niggas are sick of going to watch films about us being enslaved. We fucking get it. We understand. We were slaves. But let's talk about the other stories. Because in the interview that I have, that Chadwick Boseman, that I'm using for the BP video I'm putting out this month, in that interview, Chadwick Boseman says, we were kings and queens before slaves. So if you want, you can say people didn't go see Emancipation because it was starring Will Smith. Again, okay, that might be, again, your opinion. Opinions. The shit is all subjective. That's your opinion. Again, mine is niggas are sick of seeing us as slaves. We get it, bro. I can go watch 12 Years a Slave if I want to see something like that again. I can go watch Roots if I want to see something like that again. I can go watch Rosewood if I want to see something like that again. I can go watch Mississippi Burning if I want to see something like that again. I can go watch the Emmett Till Story if I want to see something like that again. Should I continue? Because there's a plethora of other films I can name. Niggas didn't want to see themselves as slaves. That's what it was. It didn't have shit to do with Will. It had everything to do with start showing us in other lights. Start showing us as the kings and queens that we were before we were colonized. Start showing us as the inventors that we were. Start showing us in the positive ways that we could be seen. Again, this is why, and I'm going to get to that shit too. This is why T'Challa should have never been taken off the screen. And again, I know this is not a T'Challa, we're not on that topic, but it falls in line with that shit. Let me get into this article, because if I don't get into the article, we're never going to get anywhere. The article goes on to say, for Bad Boys 4, Bad Boys actor Will Smith and Martin Lawrence have confirmed that the fourth film in the franchise is in pre-production. The actors each shared the news in a reel of their Instagram pages. Lawrence and Smith were excited to share this piece of information with fans of the franchise. In addition, Sony Pictures also confirmed that the currently untitled sequel is in the early pre-production at the studio. The status of the fourth movie being made has been shaky, with rumors of the movie being put on hold because of the infamous Oscar slap with Chris Rock. However, Sony boss Tom Rothman disputed the claim. Thank you, Tom, saying that this movie was in development. Well, you could have went a little harder, Tom. With the recent confirmations, fans can finally be at ease to expect their favorite detectives back on the job. Sony also revealed that, I'm sorry, that Adil El Abri, I know I'm butchering that, and Billa Falah are returning to direct the guys. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm butchering the names, but these are the guys that directed, I believe, that did Miss Marvel, if I'm correct. I believe they did Miss Marvel. I believe these are the two directors that helmed Miss Marvel, that also did the Let Peter Safran Tell It, the Batgirl film that couldn't be released. I think this is them. It is. Okay, it is. It's those guys. Okay, it's those guys. So, and then it goes on to say, are returning to direct the fourth installment of the hit franchise, and the script for the sequel is written by Chris Brammer, Jerry Bruckner, Doug Belgard, and Chad Oman, and Smith for Westbrook will be back as producers. With Lawrence, James Lasseter, Mike Stinson, Barry Wildman, and John Mon serving as executive producers. God, I hate reading people's names. I really do. I hate reading people's names. And the last thing it says here is the third film, Bad Boys for Life, was also directed by Fala and El Arbi, who also directed and co-wrote the feature film Rebel. The duo also serves as executive producers on the critically acclaimed Marvel series Miss Marvel. They directed the pilot and the finale of the series. Both are represented by CAA Entertainment 360, Ken Labrich Artist Management, and Jackaway Austin. Smith and Walden are also repped by CAA, while Lawrence is repped by UTA. And then the last thing it says, it's just showing the video that Will Smith put on his Instagram, and it might let me play it, it might not. Let me see.
Yo, I got an announcement. Y'all better stop scrolling, seriously. Oh, I'm hype. I hit myself in the eye with my camera.
Starting route to...
All right, hold up. I'm gonna give y'all a hint. Oh, that's my John. I wish I was you, not knowing what I'm about to show me. Oh, sugar, I'm pulling in. We here, hold up, here we go. Hold up.
It's about that time?
Money Ma! Money Ma! Hold up, getting that love in there. Money Ma!
What up, man?
Hey,
It's about that time?
it's about that time.
It's
y'all.
official, y'all.
Y'all know what it is, right?
It's official.
Let's
Bad
do it.
boys
For
for
life.
life, baby.
That's
for
right.
life.
Well, we did 4.
We did.
But it's still Bad Boys
But it's
for life.
for life. But the third one,
Well,
was called Bad Boys for. We shouldn't
For
have
life.
called.
What
We
was
shouldn't.
life?
We shouldn't have called it that
Hey,
though.
it's life.
It's like the three was the E. The E
Three
was
was the E.
The 3 was the. But this is Bad Boys 4. It's official.
That's right, y'all.
I fucking love Will, man. I love Will. And again, the reason I love Will so much is right there, bro, how happy Will is for this. Like, and the thing about it is, we're talking about an actor who has never been. I implore you to look up something that Will Smith's been involved in negatively outside of the slap or pre-slap. And I'm not talking red table toxic talk shit with Jada, with her, in the August Alsina shit. I'm talking about where Will has been in the headlines for doing drugs, for hitting someone, for being disrespectful to a fan or anything like that. Anytime you see Will, he's got a big ass smile on his face like he's got here, and he's just
a happy fucking spirit, bro. Like that's every time you see Will, that's what he's like. So I really like the fact that they're getting to do Bad Boys 4. Again, I'm a huge fan of that franchise. I love Bad Boys 1. I love Bad Boys 2. Or Bad Boys 2. I love I love those films, bro. And again, I love Will Smith. So I'm going to defend Will Smith every single fucking time that I can because he's one of my favorite actors, bro. So I'm really looking forward to this. And again, it is protect Will Smith. Honestly, that's what it is, because it's crazy some of the things we're hearing. But as always, questions for you guys. Let me know down below what you guys are thinking. How excited are you for Bad Boys 4? What are some of the things that you guys are wanting to see from Bad Boys 4? Did you enjoy Bad Boys 3? Are you a fan of the Bad Boys franchise? And this, what are your thoughts on the Will Smith controversy? Let me know down below what your thoughts are. Are you kind of sick of people still going at Will the way that they're going at Will, or are you one of the ones that think, oh no, the heat he's getting is valid heat? So let me know down below what you guys are thinking. And then Mind of Inception, thank you so much for that super chat. Very generous super chat. He just said recast T'Challa. Yeah, bro, we're about to get to that. I promise you, we are going to get to it. I have some things to say today. Like I said, appreciate that. Let me see. See what you guys are saying here. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Raymond said, Bad Boys has been a staple in people who grew up in the 2000s. J-Rob said, yeah, Will is gone. Raymond said, Will has apologized more than Ezra. Ezra Miller only apologized once. And when I say he apologized, or that they apologized, yeah, I mean, I don't even know where to go with it. It's okay. Yeah, I mean, we've all been here. We know. We're all very much aware of the things. See, Jeezy said Smith is a well-ranged actor. DJF and Nice said they can keep Wild Wild West. Stephen Dunn said, you slapped me in front of the world and an apology is supposed to suffice. No, I don't think an apology is supposed to suffice at all. If I'm Chris Rock, I don't think an apology suffices at all. If I'm Chris Rock. But at the same time, if I'm Will Smith, well, let me put it this way. I've said this before. You guys know I have siblings. And my sister is the youngest of us. And my sister is 18 years old. She just recently turned 18. Prior to her being 18, I want to say this took place in 2020, I think. 2020, 2021 maybe. Maybe 2021, early 2021, I believe. My sister was working at she was working at Cane's, because she was in high school still, so she was working at Cane's. The chicken finger restaurant. And her manager, some shit went down with the manager, blah, 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 blah. Well, do I want to go? Yeah, okay, anyway, some shit went down with the manager. And the manager disrespected my mother, disrespected my sister. And then in turn, when I asked simple questions, because I went up there just to ask her, what was going on with the young man that my sister had the issues with. There was another coworker that my sister had issues with, who was a boy, obviously, and I try not to get involved like that unless I feel I need to get involved. I let my mother handle it. But when I have my baby sister looking at me for help and wondering, calling me because something's going on, or the way a manager's treating her, I'm going up there in full force. And I did go up there in full force. And the manager and I got into it. And that was not my intention when I went up there. My intention was simply to ask questions. I just wanted to know what was going on. The manager told me,
we're closed. And I said, I know. That's why I came up here now, so that this was not a conversation in front of everyone. To where the manager then, because I had my hand on the door, the manager then pushed me. Now, if you know me personally, for anybody watching that may, if you know me personally, you know I don't play that game. I'm not playing. I don't play that game. But I didn't react. I still had my hand on the door, fell back a little bit, stepped back up and said, don't put your hands on me again. Pushed me the second time. Now, mind you, I'm in a hoodie, shorts, and Crocs, because I had no plan on anything getting violent. But you disrespected my sister. Pushed me a third time. Well, then after that, you can imagine what happened. If somebody that I love and care for is disrespected, I can even give another example. Me and my mother were at the drive-thru at Taco Bell, and my mom didn't know what she wanted to order just yet, to where the guy that was taking our order did not realize that he did not turn off his headset, and he said loudly in the intercom, "You guys hold on, this bitch doesn't know what the fuck she wants." You can imagine how I reacted. Because I'm in the passenger seat. Now, did I get in the Taco Bell? No, because they locked the doors. I couldn't get in. But had I gotten in, I can tell you right now. And again, if you want to unsubscribe, I'm not talking about you, Steven. I'm not saying you unsubscribing. I'm saying, just speaking in general, if you want to unsubscribe because you don't like, oh, I didn't know that Darius was like that or like that, I can promise you, had I gotten into that Taco Bell, I'd have beat the shit out of that boy. I mean every fucking word of it. Because you disrespected my mother. You disrespected someone that I love and care about. So, for me personally, I'm the type where if you disrespect someone I love and care about, don't expect me to sit there like a yes hush man and just be like, oh, I'm sorry that you feel that way. Now, others may. If you guys remember when we talked about the slap as a panel, there were some members on the panel that said to themselves, I would have just grabbed my wife and we would have left. I wouldn't have. Because not only did you get slapped in front of the whole world, you embarrassed us in front of the whole world. Knowing that she was, I'm not defending Jada at all. But knowing that Jada was dealing with alopecia, and deals with alopecia. Knowing that black women in general deal with alopecia. Knowing also, Chris Rock, that you did a whole ass documentary on black hair. Do you think that was the right thing to say? And again, that's just my opinions. And again, like I said, they're like assholes. They stink. That's just my opinion. I feel where you're coming from. Steven. I feel where you're coming from. If when you say you slap me in front of the whole world and you expect me to accept that apology, I'm not saying accept the apology. If I'm Chris Rock, I don't know if I accept the apology either. But at the end of the day, there's two different sides to that whole thing. And that's just me. I just, again, sorry, I can't with the disrespect thing. For you, however you handle a situation is how you definitely handle a situation, and some of you might be so much better than me to where you can control things like that a little bit better, to where you won't pop off. You don't have a hot head. Maybe that's you, and that's great. I'm glad. I'm glad. I need to be taught that. I need to be taught some temperance. But yeah, I get passionate about shit, especially my family. So. But I understand where you're coming from, Steven. I understand where you're coming from. Let's see. Where was I? This thing took me down. Okay, Raymond said a lot of people are so traumatized by him assaulting Chris Rock and can't see him in movies right now, but they'll be flocking over to see The Flash this summer. Right. Gray said keep the same energy. D. Stizzle said the old forced apology tour trick. Right. Xavier said yet people want to give Ezra Miller a pass. Miss me with that. Yeah.
Snyder said, G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see ya. Yeah, that is true. Jada is still his wife at the end of the day. Yes, at the end of the day, that is still his wife. And I see, people were saying, well, yeah, but his wife was saying this, his wife was saying that about him, his wife slept around him. Understand this. I've said this so many times. Just because a celebrity allows for us as, regular people to see their inner thoughts with their tweets, to see intimate places in their homes with what they post on Instagram, or whatever, just because a celebrity allows us into their lives, a peek into their lives of social media, does not then mean that we know these celebrities. I loved how everyone automatically assumed they knew the inner workings of the Smith household. Just because what was going on Red Table Talks Talk, just because, whatever, does not then mean that we knew what the fuck Jada and Will were talking about at their residence. Stop pretending and thinking that you know these fucking celebrities. We don't know. We don't know what Will and Jada have talked about. We only know what we're allowed to see through Red Table Toxic Talk, through tweets, through Instagram pictures. That's it. That's honestly the equivalent of me posting a recast T'Challa video and then somebody coming in off of a 9-minute clipped something, whatever, for the first time coming across one of my recast videos, and let's say it's number 20 of 30 recast videos we've done. But they come in off that one recast video and try to automatically assume that they know the type of person I am. Because I've had those comments that you're this type of person, or you're this, you're that. I'm glad that you thought you knew me based off of a 9-minute video. And it's the same thing. I don't want to say we, some of people think that they know these celebrities based off of them posting a tweet, them posting something on Instagram. We don't know these motherfuckers. Stop pretending that we do. We don't know them. So we don't know what the fuck has gone on or what the hell him or Jada have talked about. Where was I? This thing keeps taking me down. Dang, where was I at? And yes, Gray, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad, Gray, that's where we are. Gray said this. Dana White getting the smoke. The thing is, I think that wasn't his whole shit. Nothing happened to him, right? It was all just. I don't know the ins and outs of that, so I don't want to get here lying on that because I don't know the ins and outs of that story. Elijah said, big facts. Kenny said, there's only one person Will should have to apologize to. Everyone else are entitled people wrapped up in the biopic lens of their own self-actuality. Right. I agree. D-Man92 said, Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. Yeah, I'm not going to, yeah. Mind of Inception said, Dana White slapped his wife and it's gone like the wind. Right. Now, interesting, but Will Smith is always going to be brought back up. Right. I don't know enough about the Dana White stuff to go in on that. I know he hit his wife, but I don't know enough to really go in on it. But that is another example of sounds about White to me. Steven said, that wasn't a human moment. It was a simp moment. Chris wasn't mistreating anyone. He was doing his damn job. He was defending anyone from being accosted. IPV and jokes aren't equivalent. And again, that's why I said everyone's mileage is going to have to vary on this topic. My stance on this topic has not changed. My stance on this topic will not change. I do understand that Chris Rock was doing his job, because he definitely was. As the host of the Oscars, as a comedic host of the Oscars, he was doing his job. But in that job, being from the community, you did a whole documentary on black hair. This is not the first time he's mentioned Jada's, hair loss or things like that. You know she's dealing with alopecia. You know that. That. So to me, yes, he was doing his job, but that to me, I'm not defending Jada because I have my quarrels with Jada. But to me, that was tasteless. It was tasteless. Ant-Man 1991 said, the Will Smith slap is innocent next to what Ezra Miller has done, right? Raymond said, also, I do think a better joke would have been, hey, Jada, like your hair looking like Tupac, you're channeling him tonight. No, well, I thought it was funny. I mean, either way, I mean, she had a relationship with Pac. I just think that, you know, it's one of those things where you just tread lightly on shit like that. I don't know. That's just me personally. Dorian said they did it when Will got emotional on the Red Table Talk. They did it when Michael B. Jordan was tearing up after his breakup. They don't take our emotions seriously. See, Jeezy said Ezra has something on everybody. He has to. He's got to. He's got to have like piss tapes or something. He's got to. Xavier Phoenix said Ezra has done far worse yet gained sympathy. I'm convinced he knows where the Hollywood bones are buried. Yeah, he knows something. D Stizzle said most are coddling Ezra. Yes, they are. I'm going to skip down just a little bit because we do need to kind of move on to the next topic. Let me see. Let me start here. We'll start right here. Raymond said he did the MJ tribute online. Yes, he did it online. Raymond, you can look it up on YouTube. I believe it's on his I don't know. Is Vivo still a fucking thing? If YouTube and Vivo are still connected, it's on his YouTube page. He did the whole performance, and it was brilliant. Black Cinema Critic said, bro, John Campea brought up Chris Brown abusing women a couple weeks ago. Yeah, he did, on his show, and I was about to unsubscribe. I was so damn mad. I feel you on Chris. Let that shit go. Yeah, bro, like, let that shit fucking go. Like, it's so weird to me. Like, we're looking at an 18-year-old, and again, it's not, I'm not saying that what he did was, like, oh, it was so long ago, let it go. I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it like that. I don't want to say it like that, because I don't want to sound like a hypocrite. I'm not saying it like that. What I'm saying is, I believe he was 18 or 19 at the time. He was a teenage boy who had everything at his feet. Honestly, he's a pop star, dating one of the finest women in the industry. He was 18, 19 years old. He made a mistake. Not a mistake that can be just, overlooked, but a mistake. But it shouldn't be a mistake that he's still paying for today. He shouldn't still be paying for that mistake today. Steven said his assault wasn't some sort of... I'm sorry, Steven, this took me down. 1 second. Okay. His assault wasn't some sort of virtuous act born out of his childhood trauma, because when did the trauma kick in? Before or after he laughed at the joke? Again... This is what I say, or what I mean when I say we don't know the inner workings of how these celebrities operate. Like, listen, I mentioned this even when we talked about it almost a year ago on the channel. How many times have we laughed and out of feeling awkward in an awkward situation? And maybe you haven't, but I'm not gonna sit here and fake it. I have. I've laughed at things out of feeling awkward in an awkward situation. I've laughed at certain things or whatever, but and the way that the cameras were placed too, we saw Will chuckle at the joke, but then of course he looked at his wife and then saw that his wife didn't find the joke funny. Now, again, maybe that was a laugh out of... Because I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know Will. So maybe it was a laugh out of feeling awkward. Maybe it was a laugh because he actually found the joke funny. I don't know. But at the end of the day, he still defended his wife. And we cannot just dismiss his traumas. We cannot just dismiss Will's traumas. Again... We're dismissing, and I'm not saying you, Steven, we're dismissing Will's traumas, but yet, while looking at Ezra Miller, we're just like, man, yes, I'm so happy that they are getting the help that they need. They deserve that help, and on top of that, that's the reason that they've been acting this way. Let them just go get some help, and then they can come back and everything can just be honky fucking dory. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it. I'm not the one. I can't speak on his childhood traumas. I can only speak on the things that he has said. So when it comes to the deepness of his traumas, I can't speak on that shit. I don't know the Smiths. Gray said Sean Penn doesn't get this smoke. There's another one. There's another one. JB Easy said complexion for the protection. I like that. There's another one. Stevie said, and that's if they mad about CB. I heard allegedly it was more so about Mike Jack and his previous supposed really. I'm gonna have to look into that. I'm gonna have to, because I just assumed from what things were going on online that it was because of Chris's past. But okay, I'm gonna look into that. D Stizzle said they waited too long for Bad Boys 3, could have shot 3 and 4 back to back. Steven said Will and Ezra's careers can go the way of Dodo for sure. Well, Ezra. Ant-Man 991 said racism is messed up. What Will did, they think it's horrendous, but with Ezra, they show sympathy. Holly Weird at its finest. I agree. Let me see. I'm going to scroll down some. I'm going to start here with JB Easy because I do want to move to the next topic. JB Easy said, like as black men in America, D Stizzle. Actually, let me kind of go up right here. Okay, Pookie Wood said, I thought Will was way out of line. It was a joke. I, however, don't think it should be held against him. Yeah, I don't think it should be held against him either. You know, like I said, I'm not. I even said this. I even said this when we first talked about this topic when it first happened. I am not condoning the slap. I'm not condoning the slap. I'm not saying like, oh, go hit him again. You know, I'm not saying that. Am I recognizing that that's not a way that functioning adults and human society should work out issues by just hitting one another? Yes, I realize that. I understand that. So I'm not condoning the slap. What I'm saying is, and I agree with you there too, Pookie Wood, what you said about, dang it, did it take me down? Okay. I agree. I don't think it should be held against him. You know, it was out of line. It was something that happened. I don't think it should be held against him. D Stizzle said, haven't seen folks outraged over something like Will's since BP1 released, Obama getting elected, O.J. Simpson trial, L.A. riots, gangster rap, etc. Kenny said, if I'm Will, I don't need anyone's forgiveness. I did what I did and I stand by it. Same if I'm Chris. I said what I said and I stand by it. And I'd say it again. Be you, let them be them. I like that too. Raymond said the real problem is Jada. Oh, that's the real problem. Will needs to divorce her. Oh, yeah, expeditiously. JB Easy said, oh, read that. No, sorry. JB Easy said the problem was he slapped Chris on the Oscars, but so what? That is the problem. He slapped him in front of millions. I mean, he slapped him on national television. The problem, not just that he slapped him in front of millions on national television, the problem is he slapped him. You know, again, I'm not condoning the slap. He shouldn't have slapped him, but he did. And now, I see Chris's side and I see Will's side. And again, go back to our original video. What I just said, that is something I said in that video. I said, I see both sides. And I still see both sides. But I don't see the side of Will Smith still being called to be canceled. I don't see that. I never saw that. Snyder said, and not gonna lie, people don't watch Red Table talk like that. I don't think anyone knew she had alopecia. She publicly talked about it though, outside of Red Table Red Table Toxic Talk. Raymond 2000 said, "Oh, I unsubscribed from Campy a week ago." Pookie Wood said, "Dang it, I can't stand Chris Brown. It was way before the incident with Riri. I haven't liked that guy since Run It. He just seemed like a little a-hole to me in an interview. Plus, I hate Run It." I love Chris, bro. I really do. I think his music is great. I like Chris a lot. Okay. Let's see. I'll read this one here. Granders and Black said, plus over the past 2 to 3 year period, Will Smith was the butt of everyone's jokes. Everyone talking on his marriage. I think Will snapped. Yeah, that too, man, that too. I talked about that in the original video we did on it. That too. Justin said, that just seems to be how people mostly work in general. Every time someone makes a mistake, no matter what it is, people will damn sure make certain that you will never forget it and will always be judged. Yeah. Professor Film Fan said the Oscars ratings were low compared to pre-pandemic shows. People didn't find out about the slap until it went viral. Let's see. SP Flash said Peyton Manning once made a joke about Kevin Durant at the ESPYs and then panned to Kevin, who wasn't laughing, and his mom, Wanda, who was laughing, but she stopped after seeing his reaction. I don't know. I remember the moment. I remember the moment you're talking about. I'm just saying I'm shrugging just because I'm... Yeah. Kenny said, court of public opinion can be damaging. Yes. Stephen Dunn said, had Chris Rock been Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Will wouldn't have done anything. You know, I saw that being said too, and I remember all these conversations. I remember this stuff because, like I said, it's almost a year ago. I remember I addressed this in our original video. I said, how do we know that? Again, that speaks to the conversation of we don't know Will. We don't know these people. We don't know them. I can't say what will and will not do. Nobody can say what Will would and would not do. Like, we don't know. We don't know, bro. Whether it had been Muhammad Ali, whether it had been Dwayne The Rock Johnson, whether it had been Floyd Mayweather, you know, we don't know how the next person is going to react regardless of who said what, how they said it, and to whom. We don't know these people. And that's not just celebrities. That's with anyone. Don't think that you know the next person. Even if you've known that person, people have moments. People can snap. People can black out. People, you know, whatever. We have no idea what Will would and would not have done. Pookie Wood said, wasn't run it on his first album. I don't like his music. Kiss Kiss is probably the only song I sort of like, and that more because of T-Pain. I love Kiss Kiss, but I believe Run It was on that first album with like Yo and Poppin' and all that. Ty said, what's up? Appreciate you being here, Ty. Snyder said, also, people don't talk about James Brown. James Brown beats women. Look up what he did to my girl, Tammy Terrell. Freaking sad. Raymond said, I mean, ain't a major music fan of Chris. I like some of his hits. I grew up with, and you got it, girl, you got it. But yeah. D Stizzle said, Chris been a super talent since he was a teenager. He definitely has. Tank said, is Will Smith going to announce this year's Oscars? They usually do last year's win. I don't believe so. I don't believe he can do anything with the Oscars. JB Easy said, Chris has been hated since MJ said he's the next to have the throne. Josiah Allen said, powers that be made Will a martyr for black people making mistakes. Can't mess up or that's it, damn near. Stephen said, if we can understand the representation value of T'Challa as being an ideal representation for black manhood, how do we not see how Will during that moment was representation for black manhood? I mean, I put it simply as this, bro. Like, because he's human and it's a moment. Like I said, I implore anyone to look up anything that Will has done where he was not positive. This is the only incident that anyone can pull where Will has been in the tabloids for something negative. That's it. Like, there's nothing else out there. And if you find it, I'll come up here and say, okay, I was wrong about that. I don't believe there's anything else out there where Will has been in the public limelight for doing something negative. Will has always been in the limelight for being positive in the black community. So because he had a very human moment, and I know you call it a simp moment, but I'm calling it a human moment, because he had a very human moment, and to couple it with the things that, you know, we've already previously said throughout this topic, I don't then look at him and say, okay, well, I now just dislike you. So the stuff that happened with Jay-Z and Solange in the elevator, do we now look at Solange differently? Do we look at her as being negative representation for the black community because she was beating on Jay-Z and stuff like that? Like over some money? Because they were arguing about money? Is that what is? So I like, where do we draw the line? Where does the line get drawn? Stephen also said, but we know what Chris knew about Jada. Yeah, because Chris has talked about it. Chris has talked about this stuff. Like, this is not new. This is not the first time Chris has even said something about Jada. Like, yeah, this is all, bro, public knowledge. Anybody can go look this shit up. We're going to move on to the next one. Tank said, we ready to cancel him after decades of being great. Right. No major scandals. He survived Me Too. He did something not on brand and the world loses it. He said, sorry, let's get Men in Black. Bro, again, if you hate him, you hate him. That's fine. I mean, people disliking Will is not going to change my opinion toward Will. It's not going to change my position toward this topic or anything like that. If you don't like him, that's fine. I mean, again, these type of subjects, they are subjective. It's opinionated, and that's why as conversationalists, we can have these conversations, because it's, I mean, at the end of the day, me sitting up here defending Will ain't about to come put anything in my bank account. Will ain't about to call my phone. I don't know Will. Me sitting up here defending, you know, whoever else, X, Y, and Z, it doesn't mean anything. I'm just having the conversation, because at the end of the day, these people don't know I fucking exist. My opinions don't fucking matter. None of that matters. It's just like, it's having the conversation of being conversationalist. I don't see it. My position is not going to change. My position is not going to change. My feelings toward Will are not going to change, because I loved Will way before any of this shit. Way before any of this shit. And him having a moment is not going to make me then dislike him. I'm sorry, I can't do that, because if I condemned everybody in my life, and not to say Will's in my life, but everybody in my life that had a very human moment and did something that I may have disliked, or something that may have painted them in a bad light for a moment, if I just cut that person off and never, then what is, again, where do we draw the line? Like, what are we doing? Let's see. Yes, Stephen, where you said Chris knew, and I know, I remember seeing that about Chris's brother coming out and saying that same thing. But again, when Jada talked about it the first time, that was tabloids. Chris, like, and not only it being in the tabloids. Chris has not mentioned. I haven't seen him mention it. But once the alopecia conversation came around, there were so many people, closer to the situation than obviously I am, that were saying that Chris knew about Jada having alopecia. That was kind of public knowledge there. She had talked about that publicly several different times. But at the end of the day, like I said, I don't care. I'm not going to continue the conversation about Will and things like that. I don't really give a fuck if Chris knew or he didn't know. My personal thing is, I'm not canceling Will. At the end of the day, that's why I stopped the conversation for me. I'm not canceling Will. If you want to cancel Will, or the next person wants to cancel Will, you are more than welcome to cancel anything out of your life that you feel doesn't need to be in your life. For me personally, the conversation for me stops with me not canceling Will. I'm not going to cancel him for having a moment. Regardless of who knew what, or who said what, or who knew this before the joke was made, or whatever. At the end of the day, my argument doesn't fucking matter, because it's not going to change people's minds on Will. It's not going to, Will doesn't know me. Will ain't about to come sit down in the co-host chair and be like, you know what? Yeah, bro, keep defending me. Like, none of that shit, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. It's my opinion. That's what I think about it. I'm moving on from that topic.
So we're going to move to the next topic.
And the next topic that we're going to move here to is going to be some of the things going on in the DC universe still. Let me make sure I have this right here. And this is coming from Fandom Wire. So some of the things that we had talked about were some of the projects. Last time we talked about DC, obviously we talked about the slate, if you want to call it that, the slate that James Gunn had released, for the public. And in that slate, he had said that some things are going to be rated R, some things are going to be PG-13. And for me, like I said, with what DC's got going on with HBO Max, it allows them to be able to definitely do rated R things and it still fit within and work within their universe, whereas Disney and Marvel are seemingly afraid to do so. And this is what Fandom Wire titled their article. They said, while Marvel keeps getting spooked by too much gore, James Gunn promises more rated R projects in DC Chapter 1. We're going to give every story what it deserves. And again, I really like this fact that they are doing this because as we were talking about, I got tagged in a tweet that D-Real had posted, and it was a picture of the Authority, and he said this has to be rated R. Like, there's no way they can't. And I agreed. I commented back and said, oh yes, this absolutely has to be rated R. Obviously, the Authority is probably going to be one of those projects that is going to be on that rated R listing. But I'm trying to find all of the projects here, but this is what James Gunn had to say. As he described the first chapter of the new DC plan, Gods and Monsters, he said that he would do everything according to the story. He also talked about, if required, the upcoming projects would continue to follow the mature DC theme. And it goes on to say, hold on, why did it jump to Henry Cavill? What? Okay. No, okay. I'll never mind. I don't know what that is. It says, James Gunn revealed the first chapter of the new DCU plan this week. He is planning to introduce some new characters and continue with popular characters like Superman, Batman in the first chapter of the DCU. The filmmaker did not forget to talk about the rating of the upcoming films, to where he then went on to say, Gunn said that he would try his best to keep the projects PG-13. However, he is also open to keeping more mature ratings if the project requires it. Talking about one of the projects under his plan, Superman Legacy, he said, Superman is definitely something that we would like to be PG-13. I'm going to make sure of that. Then he goes on to say, the Guardians of the Galaxy director also said that it would depend on the story, and he would give it everything it deserves, although he said that the Waller TV show could be a little bit more mature. There are other shows and movies that aim at young women or kids. Then he goes on to say, James Gunn also said that every project would back into the Superman, every project would back into Superman and the Brave and the Bold. Which would be appropriate for everyone to see. The new DC plan includes animation shows, TV shows, and movies. He also said that projects like Matt Reeves' Batman, Todd Phillips' Joker, will continue to exist in DC Elseworlds. His first DC film, Suicide Squad, earned a rated R rating, due to some adult references in the film, and its spin-off featuring Viola Davis as Amanda Waller is also expected to follow the same mature theme. So we're definitely know that he's going to do the things. He's going to be having projects that are going to be rated R. But this is something he said about creating a Star Wars-like universe. James Gunn has had the benefit of working with DC and Marvel. While announcing the new DC plan, he said that DC and Marvel have always been different. Gunn claimed that the new DCU is a lot more planned out than the MCU. He also said that he is planning to create a Star Wars-like universe with different times and different places, different things, and characters that are a bit morally complex. Gunn also said that while working at Marvel Studios with Kevin Feige and Louis Esposito, he learned a lot of things, and one of those things includes not giving up. He shared how the executives gave their everything to make a project successful, and he will do the same as the
co-CEO of DC Studios. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a bit of explanation, he said. He also claimed that people would understand what the DCU is by the time Superman Legacy comes out. While he is planning to keep the consistency among the future projects of the DCU, Gunn also said that he wants fans to enjoy the shows and movies independently. Superman Legacy is expected to be the first official DC Studios film and expected to come out in July of 2025. So yeah, we know that there are going to be projects that are going to be that are going to have that rated R setting to them, but I do want to kind of go over which ones that could be. Let me see some of the things that James announced yesterday. Okay. Or the day before yesterday, I guess. All right, so Superman Legacy. Let me pull this so you guys can see it. Okay, so we know that Superman Legacy is, as James Gunn just said, it's going to be PG-13. They want it to be PG-13. So that one is not going to be have that rated R setting. But Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. So I don't know if anybody has seen this online or anything like that, but Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, the comics have sold out, I believe, on Amazon due to James Gunn's announcement and things like that. And James Gunn being the smart individual that he is, you know, your mileage may vary on James, but James Gunn being as smart as he is and being in this business as long as he's been in this business, he then took it upon himself to go ahead and just release the other comic books that were inspiration for certain titles and things like that, just so those comics can get the well-deserved type of selling off the shelves that Supergirl has gotten. And I do believe that Supergirl may be rated R, just based off some of the things that he said, because James Gunn said, we will see the difference between Superman, who was sent to Earth and raised by loving parents from the time he was an infant, versus Supergirl raised on a rock, a chip off of Krypton, and who watched everyone around her die and be killed in terrible ways for the first 14 years of her life and then come to Earth. She is much more hardcore and not the Supergirl we're used to. And she's not. She's not at all. You know, Woman of Tomorrow is a great comic, but not just Woman of Tomorrow. You can also take it to some of the animation stuff that Supergirl does show up in, like Superman Unbound. Superman Unbound is an animation Superman film that you can watch on HBO Max as well, and you see the way Kara handles things is so different, juxtaposed to the way that Kal-El handles things. You know, at the beginning of the movie, Superman is off. I forget where he is. He's somewhere else doing something, saving some other part of the world. And Supergirl is left in Metropolis to handle the things. And the robbers at the beginning of the film are like, you know, Superman's not here. He's all the way across on the other side of the world, and because they kidnapped Lois Lane and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, then Supergirl shows up, and her ways of handling the thugs, the robbers, are not the same way that Kal-El would have handled it. To where when he came in, he told her, you know, why are you handling things like this? It's not the way we do things, blah, 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 blah. To where she kind of said the exact same things that James Gunn just said here, where she said, you know, I'm still adjusting to my powers. I'm still this. I wasn't raised the way you were raised. You know, I was raised watching everyone I love get demolished or killed off, or especially by the, you know, within the animation film Unbound, Brainiac had shown up to Krypton before Kal-El was born, didn't blow it up and all that kind of stuff. If you've seen the movie, you know the storyline. And that's kind of the fear that Supergirl works off of, where she's like, you know, where she acts the way she does, where she's like, I will not let something like that happen again as long as I have the power to stop it. And being under a yellow sun obviously gives her that power. So I do believe that Supergirl possibly will be rated R. Not just that, because we're gonna get to see Supergirl, you know, unlike Superman, dealing with, you know, I don't want to say unlike Superman, because Superman dealt with the same thing, but Supergirl trying to understand her powers, trying to understand, like, you know, where pushing someone can literally mean her pushing them
hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet, you know, and not meaning to, because she's not used to her powers, or ripping someone apart, not meaning to because she's not used to her powers, but at the same time, in ways meaning to, because like she said in Unbound, she's not going to let some people, you know, she's not going to allow certain things to happen if she has the power to stop them. So she is different from Kal-El. We all know this. If you know Supergirl, you know she's different from Kal-El. So I do believe that this film will possibly truly be rated R. So I think that it's going to be one of the ones that is rated R. But then Batman Brave and the Bold, I don't believe it's going to be rated R. I think Brave and the Bold will more than likely probably be that PG-13. This is what Gunn had to say about some of it here. He said that Gunn described Damian as our favorite Robin, a little son of a bitch, and an assassin and a murderer. The DC Studios co-CEO said that Brave and the Bold would explore a very strange sort of father-son story about Bruce and Damian. The Brave and the Bold is inspired by Grant Morrison's Batman comics and Tom King's run. And again, Grant Morrison, those comics are great comics. Not only are those comics good comics, but I think that this is a great place to start with Batman, which led me to the question asking, you heard when I was talking with K-Dot, I was asking him, so where do you think that this takes place? Like, are we thinking that the Justice League is already established right by now? And the only reason I'm thinking that is because if Bats has Damian by this point, then that would have to mean that the League is established. But then there's the whole thing with Lost Paradise with the mascara, you know, but K-Dot kind of explained a little bit of that too. This is my most anticipated project. I can't wait to see what they do with this, because Damian is also my favorite Robin. So I'm really interested to see what this is going to look like. But I do believe it's going to be PG-13, and that brings us to Paradise Lost, and with the Wonder Woman it's the prequel. So obviously, with it being a prequel, still could be, like K-Dot was saying last night, still could have one of those things where the League is still established because this is a prequel and not tying into the current timeline that they're going to be dealing with. So with it being a prequel, it definitely could be, the League could be established already. But I will say this too about it. I believe it possibly will be rated R. And the only reason I think that is because James Gunn said that it's going to be a Game of Thrones-ish story. His exact words were, let me find that. Safran noted that the HBO Max prequel series would expand on Themyscira, political intrigue behind a society of all women. And so we've kind of seen some things that they've said there, but they also said, how did this come about? What's the origin of the island of all women? What are the beautiful truths and ugly truths behind all of it? And what's the scheming like between the different power players in that society? So again, Paradise Lost appears to be a callback to to Phil Jimmonson's and George Perez's Paradise Island Lost comics series, and that explore a civil war on Themyscira. So I believe that if it's going to be Game of Thrones-ish and it's a civil war on Themyscira, I believe it's probably going to be rated R. Just the Game of Thrones-ish, honestly, is what leads me to believe. Not even the Civil War comment is what leads me to believe that it's going to be rated R. Then we've got the Booster Gold series. Now, Booster Gold could possibly be rated R as well. And the reason I say it could possibly be rated R as well, maybe. And the reason I say that is because James Gunn did say it's going to be a comedy. And with the style of hero that Booster Gold is, you know, he's a hero, a loser from the future who comes back in time to be the hero, to be loved, to get all the accolades and things like that. A comedy like that, making it rated R, but then making it, jazzing it up, kind of like a Peacemaker type deal. I feel like and again, I didn't watch Peacemaker, but I did see clips. I feel like that could work, and I feel like it would probably even do better if it was rated R, rather than it being PG-13. But then I'm leaning toward more the PG-13 side of what it's going to be. But I think it has the potential to possibly be rated R. Possibly. Creature Commandos. I
I really don't have a thought on Creature Commandos. As you guys heard me say yesterday, I am familiar with the Creature Commandos. I'm familiar with certain team members, but I don't give a shit about the Creature Commandos at all. But if I had to guess, with how violent it is, with Weasel being in it as well, and Weasel being, murderous that he is, I believe that it possibly will be rated R as well. It's going to be animated, but I do believe it's going to be rated R as well. I think Waller will have that TVMA rating rated R as well. Because, as James Gunn said, it's going to be one of the more mature things that they're doing. This is what they put under. It says, while Peacemaker... I'm sorry, I didn't scroll that. It says, while Peacemaker Season 2 is being put on hold, Gunn said that that Waller would act as a continuation of that series, since Teen Peacemaker will appear alongside Viola Davis as Amanda Waller in the upcoming spinoff. At the end of Peacemaker Season 1... Leota managed to reveal managed to reveal her mother's, Waller's, secret task force X group to the world. This series appears to explore the ramifications of that ending. Doom Patrol showrunner Jeremy Carver will serve as an executive producer and writer alongside Watchmen scribe Crystal Henry. Then it says Safran praised Carver and Henry, noting that they are crushing it. Meanwhile, Gunn described Waller as the greatest show ever. So again, as I was saying when I first talked about Waller, we're going to really have to juice this up as far as Viola Davis is going to be Viola Davis. She is going to be a powerhouse regardless of anything that she's in. But as far as what this is going to be, what is the Waller show? What are we going to be seeing in this? Are we going to be seeing Task Force X going on? What is it? I think that's where I am with it. I'm more so curious as to what Waller is going to be in order for me to get excited for Waller. I'm excited for Viola Davis, but as far as the show goes itself, I need to hear and see more. But the Lanterns show, I believe it'll probably be PG-13. But it also has the potential of being rated R. And the reason it has the potential of being rated R is because it's a detective type show, to where they're going to be covering, from what James Gunn said, they're going to uncover something sinister that's going to tie into Legacy, Brave and the Bold, and things like that. The overall threat, I guess, that is looming for the gods and monsters. And again, I really love that title because that animated movie is great. I don't know if anybody has seen the DC animated film Gods and Monsters. It's great, and I don't know if that's what they're going to adapt from, that or the comic or anything like that. But it's definitely going to. I like the title, and it seems like it's going to be great. But this could possibly be rated R. Possibly, I'm leaning more toward the PG-13 just because. The reason I even said rated R is again because of the detective stuff and uncovering something darker. They said, this is what they said: Lanterns will revolve around the two best-known members of the Green Lantern Corps, that's Hal Jordan and John Stewart, as they investigate a mystery that is expanded to play a role in the main story of the DCU's Chapter 1. Safran described Lanterns as a huge HBO quality event. It should be a film, but event that is very much in the vein of a True Detective, True Detective. Lanterns is separate from I can't pronounce his last name, planned Green Lantern series for HBO Max, which is confirmed to be not moving forward by Safran. Okay, so that completely reworked. It says DC Studios co-CEO explained the decision behind the cancellation of the Green Lantern series. Greg's vision was more of a space opera. Our vision is more true detective, terrestrial-based investigation story. And again, I believe whatever John and Hal uncover, it's going to be something darker and sinister. That does not necessarily mean that that's going to make the series rated R. I just believe that whatever they uncover is going to be obviously darker and sinister, that plays into the wider story of Chapter 1, The Gods and Monsters. I definitely believe Swamp Thing is rated R. I mean, it definitely is. There's no way you don't do Swamp Thing rated R. I don't even have to go in on that one. It's just definitely got to be rated R. Authority, again, I don't know how you do the Authority and it's not rated R. I believe that it's going to be one that is rated R too. Then it says the Elseworld films, which, on that I don't It is what it is. The Batman, it won't be rated R, but I don't think that Barry Keoghan's Joker is going to be the main villain in that at all. From what Matt Reeves has said, from what we've talked about in past things involving the Batman, closer to the time of the Batman and after they released that cut scene of Barry Keoghan as the Joker, one of the things was that Matt Reeves he wanted to build to the Joker. He didn't want to make the Joker the next villain in the next film or the villain in the next film. I believe the Joker is not going to be the villain until, well, is he? We don't know if he's doing 3 or 4. Joker's either going to be the villain in the 3rd or the 4th film because he wants to build to the Joker. But the Joker is going to play roles in some of these other things, but he's not going to be the main villain there. So that's just some of the things there that we know about some of this, some of these series and movies that are coming out with DC, and with them being rated R, being PG-13 as well. And maybe you guys thought that some won't be rated R that I did think that are going to be rated R. Thought that some will be PG-13 that I don't think will be PG, or won't be PG-13 that I did think will be PG-13. So, let me know what you guys are thinking about some of that. But before we end that, I want to jump over here to this side of it, where it's James Gunn confirms that The Flash doesn't erase part of the DCU. And this was a question that a lot of us had, to where James Gunn on Instagram, Flash resets many things, not all things. Some characters will remain the same, some do not. To where someone asked him, James Gunn, seriously confused, how is Viola Davis still playing Amanda Waller? Aren't you rebooting the DCU 100%? That includes Peacemaker, the whole Suicide Squad, and Snyderverse. Like you said, Robert Pattinson's Batman and Joaquin Phoenix Jokers are Elseworld stories. Then he said, Flash resets many things, not all things. Some characters will remain the same, some do not. So, with another vague tweet from James Gunn, we'll have to wait to see what exactly that means. Is that who are some of the characters that are going to remain the same? What actors and actresses are going to keep their roles and be injected into the new DCU? Only time will tell. But again, as always, question is for you guys. Let me know down below in the comments what you guys are thinking. Who are you thinking stays? Who are you thinking goes? And what are you thinking is going to be rated R? What are you thinking is not going to be rated R? And what are you guys thinking also about some of these other some of the projects that were announced? And we kind of talked about it. We did talk about it the day that James Gunn released the announcement. But what projects of those are you excited for, and what projects do you feel again have to have a certain rating? Let me know down below what you guys are thinking. Yeah, DC is DC can that shit can be pretty exhausting when it comes to who stays, who goes, what's this? I don't know, bro. Let's see. I'm gonna jump to the next thing. And the reason I'm gonna jump to the next thing, because I have quite a bit to say and I don't want to go over. Before we jump to the recast stuff, let's do here, and that's the Super Bowl. Things that are going to be shown at the Super Bowl, and this is very quick. I'm going to go through this quite quick. But the Super Bowl, we know, is supposed to be getting a bunch of different looks as far as trailers that we could be seeing. Shown during the commercial breaks and things like that. But this is what they are saying as far as movies that we could be seeing new trailers for, or other trailers for, or previous trailers, or repeat trailers that we could be seeing. I'm hoping that the Transformers trailer is a new one. I don't know that it will be. It might still be the same repeat trailer, but we'll see. But it says, this is coming from Deadline, as they said, a big deal this year. Warner Brothers, which has typically sat on the sidelines in previous Super Bowls, is expecting to have a spot for June 16th release DC's The Flash, which the comic book studio's co-boss James Gunn has declared probably one of the greatest superhero movies ever made. The pick starring Ezra Miller is expected to reset the DC universe. Universal always brings it to the Super Bowl for the Fast and Furious franchise. In 2020, when no one was expecting a pandemic when no one was expecting a pandemic at game time, the studio threw a Miami concert trailer drop for the F9 trailer debut. This year on February 9th, it's throwing a Fast X party. That's true, in LA. My supervisor is actually going to that. My supervisor is from LA, and he worked at SpaceX with Elon, so he is flying back for that. Elon, I guess, and all of them are flying them out or doing something at the event, so he'll be there. Then it says, live event deck with the star Vin Diesel and cast for the world premiere of the trailer. And then it says, Fast X opens May 19th. I'm trying to find where they're talking about the... Okay, here we go. Disney is always... Well, then there's Cocaine Bear. Cocaine Bear is going to be shown. That says, Disney is always part of the Pigskin show and expect no less this year, and it's poised spots for Marvel Studios' Ant-Man, The Wasp: Quantumania, that's coming out February 17th, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, May 5th, The Little Mermaid, May 26th, Elementals, June 16th, Indiana Jones, June 30th, The Marvels, the 28th, and I've been hearing that a lot, that The Marvels is supposed to be one of the ones shown during the Super Bowl, and I'm interested to see what The Marvels is going to look like. Then it says Paramount 2 has a rich history with the Super Bowl. This year we hear there will be spots for Scream, Dungeons and Dragons, Honor Among Thieves, The Transformers: Rise of the Beast, Wait. Hold on, what? And Transformers: Rise of the Beast, June 9th. Not expected a trailer for Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1. Paramount had one for Mission Impossible Fallout back during Super Bowl 2018. So we're going to get Transformers, Dungeons and Dragons, Honor Among Thieves, and Scream from Paramount. From Disney, we're going to get The Little Mermaid, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, Quantumania, The Marvels, Elementals, Indiana Jones, and Secret Invasion, actually. No, it says no spots for Disney Plus Secret Invasion are expected. Damn, that kind of sucks. And then Cocaine Bear, I'm not really... I mean, I'll see Cocaine Bear. It's not what I'm, itching to go see. And then we're going to get from Illumination, we'll get another Super Mario Bros. Trailer, and then obviously from Universal comes the Fast X, Fast 10 trailer, the first trailer, I believe. I don't know if there's any other there's not a trailer out for, so it'd be the first one, and then the Flash. So those are the trailers that we can expect to see at the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl, I believe, is next Sunday, right? Isn't Super Bowl next Sunday? What date is the Super Bowl? Does it say here? No, it doesn't. I don't remember when the Super Bowl is. I think it's next Sunday. But, yeah, those are the things that we can expect to see as far as trailers go from the Super Bowl and whatnot. I'm really ready. If I had to get excited about one, I'm excited about the Transformers thing. I'm really excited to see Rise of the Beast, the 10th. So it is next week. Okay. So next week is next Friday. Next Friday will be the Super Bowl. So we can expect to see some things then. All right. Now, I'm going to move in to the last segment here. And the last segment that I'm going to move into, I don't need anything for. Oh, yes, I do. I'm sorry. Okay. Last segment that we're moving into is the recast T'Challa stuff. And to be honest with you, I hadn't planned... Hold on. All right. I hadn't planned on talking recast T'Challa until I put out this video. Me not putting up a clip of anything that we had, because we have talked about a few things in regards to recast T'Challa since I put up the video reacting to Cat Williams and the things that he had to say and about, T'Challa coming back and things like that. That was a month ago. I haven't put out anything since then. And that's been purposeful. And it's because I didn't want to put out and really go in on anything until after that video was released. But something caught my fucking attention today that I still was not going to say anything on. But then I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I am. And I do have time today, as I said, when it comes to this topic. So if there's anybody, you know, in the watching that you may not be a regular viewer, or maybe you're one of the viewers that you do watch, and when I talk about the recast T'Challa stuff and you don't, you know, you're one of the anti-recast people or whatever, hear me and hear me good when I say this. I don't quite give a fuck what you think of the recast T'Challa movement. And the reason I don't give a fuck is because your opinions on this subject don't matter, because you don't give a fuck about this subject. And so what prompted me to even go off on this, and I'm gonna loop it all back around. Just stay here with me. Try to stay connected. What prompted me to even want to say any of this today was last night I was minding my own motherfucking business, you know, on Twitter. And Twitter's a public space. People can say whatever the fuck they want to say on Twitter and reply to something I've said. I can say whatever I want to say and reply to someone else or whatever. But I was minding my motherfucking business last night, and I tweeted, "I've been quiet because I've been working on something. But at the end of the day, it will always and forever be recast T'Challa." That's were my words. That's what I said. To where, what is the username? RO Poll. And I could be saying that incorrectly, and I also don't give a shit. This particular... Hold on, let me round this shit together. All right, so this particular account, I have seen this particular account in so many recast T'Challa conversations. Not conversations that I've started, the tweets or whatever. I've seen this account joining in on conversations about recast T'Challa and just going in negative every single time, going in spiteful, going in saying things like, "Oh my God, you guys are the worst," or "Oh my God, are you guys not sick of this?" or "Oh my God, X, Y, and Z, this, that, and the third." You want to know what I'm sick of? You want to know what I'm tired of? I am so fucking sick, bro. I mean this shit. I am so fucking sick of having some anti-recasters come into spaces. You, bro, hear me and hear me fucking good. Feel the way you want to feel. No one, and I do mean no one, I can only speak for Planet Fanatics. I can't speak for other channels. I can't speak for other Twitter users. I can only speak for my channel and my channel only. No one over this way is telling you that you can't feel the way you feel. If you don't think T'Challa should be recast, that's your fucking prerogative. You don't have to think T'Challa should be recasted. But at the end of the day, when we say that the character should be recasted, if you feel he shouldn't, why would you come into spaces where you clearly disagree? Why would you come into spaces where you're, like this person here said, damn, to what I said. I said, I've been quiet because I've been working on something. It's still and always recast T'Challa. To where this person came in and said, damn it, you guys are the worst. Or, I'm sorry, you guys are worse than the Snyderverse people. And again, my thing to that is, if we're the worst, why would you surround yourself with the worst? Why would you come in and entertain spaces that you clearly don't agree with the message? Like, and I mean this. Like, that's an atheist person would not go to church because that's not something that they agree with. You know, why would you subject yourself to listening to things or reading things that you clearly don't align with? That lets me know that you love this hashtag. That lets me know that you seek out this hashtag, because I've said this many times. Twitter gives you the option to mute something. If you don't like what if you don't like what is popping up on your feed, then mute that shit. Why the fuck would you continue to entertain the recast T'Challa crowd? I feel like this person, because this person is in a lot of conversations on Twitter revolving recast T'Challa, I feel like
if you are going out of your way to look up the hashtag, because if you don't agree with Recast T'Challa, that means you're never going to tweet hashtag Recast T'Challa. And if you don't tweet that, then it's obviously not a space you're going to find yourself in. But what you do is you see the hashtag when it's trending, you click on the hashtag, then you come in with all y'all's shit. You come in saying you do realize an actor died. You do realize this. You do realize that. We realize an actor died. We understand that. We realize all the factors that have come in with this conversation. But what you all are failing to realize is that, as I've said many times, there are layers to this conversation. I've said this many times that this shit is so much bigger than just simply recasting T'Challa. It's so much bigger than just simply that. That's the meat and potatoes of it, but it's so much bigger than that. So when you guys come in and you're saying ignorant shit like this, I've said this too, and I'm gonna say it again. You don't like what I say on my Twitter? You don't like that I'm saying, recast T'Challa, or you find me to be the worst? Block me. God. Block me. If you feel as if this hashtag is, again, so exhausting and we're the worst, fucking block me. Why you would continue to come in and entertain shit that you clearly don't agree with lets me know once again that you secretly do agree with this. That you get your rocks off with this shit. And that's weird to me. Because I will never go into an anti-recast T'Challa crowd space or anything like that and start just posting hashtag recast T'Challa. Because why would I do that? I'm not bored. One, again, misery also loves fucking company. But I've also been getting tagged in this a lot. I got tagged in this quite a bit today. Quite a bit today. And we're going to address it. So let's go ahead and play it. And I'm not going hard. Hold on. Let me pause this really quick. I'm not going hard on this. Why am I not going hard on the recast topic today? Because I'm still actively working on a recast video that explains the multi-layers of this hashtag, that explains why the character was important, that explains why the character was created, that explains why the character needs to be continued on. So I don't want to put all my energy, and I'm not going to put all my energy into talking about this today, because as soon as we get done with this, as soon as I get off this stream, I have to finish formatting that video. I have to finish formatting how that thing's going to be worked out. So I'm not putting all my energy into them, but I do want to address some things. But I'll share this. So let's play this video.
I missed you so much. I have always been right here. Let's do this. Wakanda forever.
Okay, now the shit's cringy. It is cringy, but at the end of the day, I guess somebody posted. Who posted this? Because let me see. I got tagged in this. Who is the dude that? It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Somebody posted this on Twitter and said that this bothered them. You know what bothers us? The absence of T'Challa. That's what's bothersome. It's not the fact that, and I looked at it this way, because I wasn't even going to say anything about this, bro. I wasn't going to say anything about it, one, because I don't care. And the reason I don't care is because I'm looking at a Disney cruise that got the shit better, that understood that the importance of the character, but Marvel Studios didn't understand the importance of the character. They put out a whole film not understanding the importance of the character. Not only that, they decided yesterday to put the film on Disney Plus to bless people for, I guess, in order to bless people for Black History Month. They put the film out yesterday. Here's the thing. Marvel, as I've said so many times, Chadwick Boseman kept that illness a secret just for Marvel to publicize it for viewers' fucking entertainment, and all you anti-recaster goofs were entertained. But then you see T'Challa coming back in some weird Disney cruise shit. And again, I don't care about this Disney cruise. And that's weird to you. You find it perplexing. I find it perplexing that you find that perplexing. And why do I find that perplexing? Because that's the franchise's motherfucking main character. How are you weirded out, or what do you dislike about the return of the franchise's main character? And the reason I don't care about this is because this is not the MCU. So what you're telling me, you want me to get excited about this because I saw T'Challa on a cruise that I'm not going to be on, a cruise that I'm not going to see T'Challa on? No, I don't care about T'Challa showing up on some damn Disney cruise. I don't care about that. I care about T'Challa showing up in the spaces that all these other white heroes are in. All these heroes, everything that they're in, I don't see Captain America showing up on fucking cruises. And I'm not saying understand that I'm not saying I'm not excited or that I don't care that T'Challa is there. I care, but I don't care enough because that doesn't have shit to do with the MCU. That's what we're talking about. So what you're telling me is, but you want me to get excited about a cruise I'm never going to get on to go see T'Challa. No. So my thing is, we want to see T'Challa back in the MCU. People were also tagging me in the article from from the Direct yesterday with Divine, the young man that plays T'Child. And I have no comment on that either. And the reason I don't have a comment on that is because in that article, all the little boy was doing was saying that it was a dream come true for him to join Marvel, blah, 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 blah. You can hate the character, but I'm not dissing the child. I'm not going to diss Divine himself. You can hate the character, and I do. I reject T'Child. I reject TJ. Toussaint who? But I'm not going to ridicule this baby boy. I'm not going to do that. I've seen people doing that on Twitter. I'm not going to do that. I'm not playing that game. Because all that little boy did was answer a casting call, and he got the role. All he's doing is playing a role. You can hate the child, or you can hate T'Child, but you can't hate this kid. This kid ain't done shit. So I'm not about to sit here and throw hate at this child for answering a casting call. But as far as this video here, I mean, I find, again, it is what it is. A cruise understood the assignment better than the studio. So, I mean, I really don't know, because this is what Marvel should have done. This is what Marvel should have done. This is what the MCU should have done. They should have just put T'Challa. Again, I've said this too. The recast T'Challa crowd has said this. This is also a part of the petition, change.org. It was never calling for T'Challa to be in Wakanda forever. We were just simply calling for you all not to kill him in Wakanda forever. I told you guys, I know, I'm sorry that, I may not be going as hard as everybody wants, but there's reasons behind it. There's reasons why I'm not. I don't want, and that's why I've tried to avoid talking recast, because I don't want to be redundant in what everybody's about to see this month. I don't want to accidentally spill some of the stuff that I'm talking about in this video that's coming. So that's why I'm trying to tread lightly. That's why I'm kind of even pausing and stumbling over words, because I don't want to. I'm giving it to him then, and I mean it when I say this too. If after that video comes out, when I do drop that video, if you still don't get it, because I'm telling you, bro, it's not. Yes, I address recast T'Challa, but I address the importance of the character more than anything. I address his inception more than anything. I pull up interviews from Chadwick. I pull up interviews from Stan Lee. I pull up interviews from Jack Kirby. There's an interview. I'll share this with you guys. There's an interview that I've done a lot of research, bro. I've even found shit that I wasn't privy to previously before jumping into, or before trying to do this video. I have an interview of that Stan Lee is a part of, Well, they're interviewing Stan Lee, and he's talking about the creation of the Black Panther T'Challa. And he says in that, well, we had to make a character that wasn't he paused. And he kind of leaned in toward the interviewer, and he said, like typical black characters have been made. Honestly, I don't even have to do a long ass video. I could just post what Stan Lee said and leave it at that. Stan Lee told you in that interview, black characters were not typically depicted. Not typically, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Black characters were not depicted the way they created the Black Panther T'Challa in 1966. He was not that way. He wasn't the way. Again, I'm sorry. He wasn't that, bro. He wasn't that shit. That's why Stan Lee said it that way. So I've done lots of research. And I've pulled up lots of different interviews and lots of different things. And in those interviews, if you still, after watching that video, if you still don't get it, and I said this during the Cat Williams video. I'm baffled that people still aren't getting it after the Cat video. I'm baffled, and I appreciate everybody that's boosting that video. I appreciate everybody that's sharing it. It's at 16,000 views. That's 16,000 views, bro. And there are still people that don't understand, that aren't understanding where we're coming from when we say recast T'Challa, because again, you're being willfully ignorant and you're just looking at it at face value. There's so much more to this conversation than what you are looking at face value. And so yeah, like I said, I don't want to go hard. I don't want to go too hard. I kind of want to show y'all something, but no. I'm gonna keep that. Yeah. So like I said, it's just one of those things too, like I said, where if you don't agree with something, just ignore it. Stay out of the fucking space. Just stay out of the fucking space. It's that simple. I see Gray saying keep it for the video, Darius. Yeah, I mean, honestly, J-Rob said you're going harder for recast than most people, D. And I try to, bro. I really do try to, because it's deeper than recasting, man. It's so much deeper than just recasting the character. It's us being seen. Why is that hard to understand? God, why is that so hard to comprehend? It is literally our people. It's representation. It's us feeling represented. It's us feeling seen. I don't know how many times I can tell and sit and say, there is no representation for black people in the MCU. I don't care what you have to say. There is no representation for black people in the MCU. The only thing that you've shown us as, and I've said this, that's why I said I don't want to sound redundant, is Sam Wilson can't get a bank loan. His sister's a single mother. She's poor with 2 black boys. Isaiah Bradley was pushed to the side and forgotten because he was the black Captain America at one point. Don Cheadle is in interviews complaining for more screen time, to know more about Rhodey. Mahershala Ali was frustrated about 2-3 months ago over a lackluster 90-page script and two fight scenes. You tell me, Yahya Abdul-Mateen was just cast as Wonder Man. You tell me where we're represented. You tell me where you're seeing the black representation in the MCU. Or is it just more checks? More checks. We're just checking off boxes to make sure that we did our due diligence. To make sure that we did say that we did see them. You show me that representation. And there's none. There is none.
You know, there's also a video that I'm putting in the video. It's a video from 2018, and in that video from 2018, it is some black people walking up at your local theater or whatever. When at ours they did, and I'm sure they do at all of them. They have the cardboard cutouts of the poster or whatever. He walked up, this is 2018, he walked up to the cardboard cutout poster of Black Panther, and he said, wow, man, so this is what y'all have always felt. And when he said y'all, he's talking about white folks. This is what y'all have always felt. He just kept saying, wow, wow. He said, so this is what representation feels like. This is what it feels like to see us in the headlines of a movie. This is what it feels like to see us, not on the left, not in the back, not as a sidekick, but up front, in your face, showing all of our black glory, all of our black beautifulness, all of our black excellence, all of our kingly and queenliness. This is what it feels like. And again, I've even shown here on this channel. I'm going to do it again. Never mind. It won't let me do it. It won't let me do it because if I try to do it, it's going to scatter the stream a little bit. But I'll explain it again. I really want to show it, but I'll explain it again. I even showed the video of the two. Fuck it. I can't. I'm a visual representation person. I really, just bear with me. If the stream gets a little laggy, just bear with me for one moment. Actually, I think wait. Where is that video? Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me, because I want to show this. And the reason I want to show this is because motherfuckers don't get it. Don't get it. And it's because you don't want to get it. Your privilege allows for you not to understand. But hold on. If the stream's laggy, just bear with me for one moment. Let me get this off of here so I can show this. Bear with me one moment. Okay, let me get this on here. So you guys, so I can visually show this, because again, it's one thing talking about it, it's another thing seeing it. It's one thing talking about it, but it's another thing seeing it. And I don't know how you can look at a group of babies, bro. These are babies. How you can look at a group of babies and say, fuck what you want. Fuck your representation. It doesn't matter. Oh, you want T'Challa back? Fuck that. Because it doesn't matter. Your feelings are invalid. You don't get to have that feeling because you're being selfish. So you're telling these babies that don't know shit for shit about what's going on. These are children, bro. Every time I talk about the children, I'm always told to stop bringing children into it. because you don't like that. They don't like that argument because it's valid. That's why I don't like that, because you can't refute that. That's why they don't like that. But I'm always told to shut up when I bring in the babies. But these are babies that don't know shit for shit about the politics behind why I can't see T'Challa. Why is T'Challa gone? It doesn't make sense. You know, I've even shown the video of Alonzo saying, couldn't they just have recasted someone else or gotten someone else to be T'Challa? Why did they have to kill him off? Valid points. But I want to show this. I want to show this. Here it is. It's on here now. So let me show this to you guys. Because again, I'm always told, shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. You're the worst. You don't know? All right. Here we go. If it'll play it. It's not a long video, so it should just play it. There it is. There we go. All right. Now, I don't know if everybody can really hear them in this, but it's captioned, these two black boys saying, "Look, I'm this one," is what it is. All right? Now, I don't know if you can hear them, but I can hear them through my headphones. They're saying, "I'm this one." So then, anti-recasters, because I'm sure there are some of you watching. I got 92 people in here. That's not normal. So I'm sure some of you are watching. Let me know. What do you tell the babies? I'm looking at you this time because I want to know. I'm curious. What do you tell the babies? What do you tell these two innocent black little boys? These two innocent black little boys that now don't have a black superhero that looks like them that they can look up to. A black male superhero that looks like them that they can look up to. Because as I previously named, Don Cheadle's complaining about more screen time and wanting to know more about Rhodey. The actor himself, Mahershala Ali, was upset about 3 months ago to where they had to rework that whole shit. Don't know shit about Sam because other than, he's getting stopped in the street with Bucky by the cops. He can't get a bank loan. He helped save the fucking world. His sister's poor. She's got two black little boys like that. She's a single mother. Because, stereotypes. You got to keep up with them, right? So what is it? You tell me. I'm curious. I really want to know. When you look at these two black little boys, these two babies that are saying, "Look, mommy, this one's me." They can't do that with a Quantumania poster. They can't do that with a Spider-Man poster. They can't do that with an Eternals poster. They can't do that with the Shang-Chi poster. I'm naming the shit that came out within the past Phase 4. They can't do that with Moon Knight. They can't do that with Miss Marvel. They cannot do it in Loki. They can't do it in WandaVision. What's some other films that came out? Some other ones. Am I missing something? Am I missing some lackluster films that came out from Phase 4? What else am I missing? They couldn't even do it in Wakanda Forever. Because you dismissed the franchise's main character, and all of you were okay with it. You were all okay with dismissing the franchise's main character. And while dismissing the franchise's main character, we then had to witness, because I saw, and I'm gonna name names now because I'm in the mood, so I'm gonna name names. I was watching John and Chris Carr and Robert Meyer Burnett and the rest of the crew talk about Wakanda Forever the other day when they said that, John is pro recast. Chris is not. Neither is Robert Meyer Burnett. Their whole focus, Rob's whole focus for Wakanda Forever was he was more interested in the geopolitical situations that are taking place in Wakanda more than T'Challa, the main character of the story. Chris says the things that she has said about it. But I was watching them the other day and they said that the studio had an impossible task to tackle. Impossible. It was nowhere near impossible. And the reason it was not impossible, because it wasn't impossible when you recasted William Hurt, who also passed away from cancer. It wasn't impossible when you recasted William Hurt with Thunderbolt Ross minutes after William Hurt had passed away. You brought in Harrison Ford. A character, Thunderbolt Ross, portrayed by William Hurt, who had been portraying that character since 2008, the Incredible Hulk film, who had played that character longer than Chadwick Boseman. And I'm not about to sit here and tell you and try to pretend or insult anybody's intelligence by telling you or making you believe that the character of Thunderbolt Ross is anywhere near as important as the character of T'Challa. He's not. But that's the way Marvel Studios has made it seem. That's the way all of you have made it seem. By just so cavalierly accepting the fact that Thunderbolt Ross gets to continue, they recasted him, you all understand that. That's so easy for you to comprehend. You get it. It makes sense because it adds to the story, right? How do you do Thunderbolts without Thunderbolt Ross? I've seen that conversation. How do you do the character? How do you do this character, or I'm sorry, this story without this character? I asked the same fucking question with Wakanda Forever. How are you telling any stories that are taking place in Wakanda without T'Challa? Without the franchise's main character? You know, I mentioned this as well. I say this all the fucking time. What is our biggest issue with Sony's Spider-Verse? What's our biggest complaint with Sony's Spider-Verse? I'll wait. Now let that marinate. What is our biggest complaint? Nobody has an answer? I can't buy a vowel? Crickets? Oh, the absence of fucking Spider-Man, the franchise's main goddamn character. That is our biggest complaint when it comes to the Spider-Verse for Sony. Nobody's interested. No one's checking for this. People aren't going to that. Why? Because the franchise's main character isn't fucking present. That's why. So it wasn't an impossible task for them to do. They could have easily recasted him. But then they went on to say, because the world, and again, this is John and crew, the world was still mourning, and is still mourning, the loss of Chadwick Boseman. And I'm going to tell you this. As a fan of Chadwick Boseman, and I was a fan, I can't speak to your fandom. I cannot speak to your fandom. So I can't come in here and say when you were a fan, when you weren't a fan, or X, Y, and Z. But I can tell you how long I've been a fan. I was a fan long before 2018's Black Panther. I was a fan long before he showed up in Civil War. I was a Chadwick Boseman fan long before any of that. I was a fan when he portrayed other heroes within our community. Like Thurgood Marshall, Jackie Robinson in 42, James Brown in Get On Up, or the others. I was a fan then. It seems, again, I can't speak to your fandom, it seems like most of you became fans in Civil War. Most of you became fans in 2018 with BP1. And you looked at Chadwick Boseman, who, I can share that imagery for you if you would like. You looked at Chadwick Boseman, let me see. Make sure I just have this correct here. Actually, let's do this one. It's a better picture. Y'all looked at Chadwick Boseman in the short time that he portrayed T'Challa, and you said to yourselves, good enough. That's good enough. Hold on. I want to show this, but I don't want it to be like that. 1 second. You looked at T'Challa and you said that's good enough. The screen time that you guys got with that's good. He's been here, he's done this, he's done that. Okay. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you guys. What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck is this? Hold on. Hold on. This shit is stupid. Hold on, I'm sorry. Because I don't want this to be blurry. I want this to be seen. I want y'all to see this shit. Maybe some of you have, maybe some of you haven't. All right. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this here. So you guys looked at T'Challa in 2018, and you said to yourselves, you all are gatekeeping whiny fanboys who are disrespecting the legacy of Chadwick Boseman. Really? The legacy of Chadwick Boseman. Okay. Let's see. Let's get it nice and zoomed here. Because we're disrespecting the legacy of Chadwick Boseman. As you can see here, and I could have gone to IMDb, but I like this little chart. I've said this many times. Spider-Man and T'Challa entered the MCU at the exact same time. In the exact same movie. And when they entered at the exact same time in the exact same movie, one went on to get 245 minutes worth of screen time. The other, since he's had as much screen time as you all say he has, went on to get 70 goddamn minutes. 245, 70 minutes. Now, mind you, they entered at the same fucking time. All right? They entered the MCU at the same time. 245, 70. One's got 3 films and a handful of cameos. One's got 1 film and a handful of cameos. 1 film and a handful of cameos, as I've said many times, does not tell us shit about T'Challa. So, when John and crew kept talking, they said the world is still mourning Chad's death. No, I would disagree. Because if the world was still mourning Chadwick Boseman's death, I'll put it this way, because I don't want to. I'll put it this way. As I've said many times, is it believable that Ryan Coogler is still mourning Chadwick Boseman's death? Abso-fucking-lutely. Is it reasonable that Letitia Wright, Denai Winston, Lapita, or anyone else involved is still, Angela, is still mourning Chad's death? Absolutely. But what you will not do is you will not insult my intelligence and tell me that the world is still mourning Chadwick Boseman. As a Chadwick Boseman fan, that shit hurt in 2020. That hurt. I did mourn in 2020. I got everything out that I needed to get out in 2020. Now, granted, grieving is different for everyone. Where I grieved for Chadwick, someone else may have grieved a little bit differently. But to say that the world is still mourning after the 2 years of his passing, I would say would be wildly incorrect. Honestly. Like, is it sad? Yes. Are we still sad? Yeah. But are we still in mourning? No, because I've even said this. At what point, Marvel Studios, at what point, anti-recasters, do we go from mourning to celebrating We've yet to celebrate this man's life. We have yet to celebrate this man's life because y'all are all too busy still trying to force your mourning process on everyone else. Ryan trying to force his mourning process on the general audience. Nate Moore, Letitia, Denai, Lapita, Winston forcing your mourning process on the rest of us. The rest of us are not still mourning. Are you valid? The names I just named and still mourning? Absolutely. They knew Chad. They knew him. And I've even seen the argument, well, then why would you expect them to come in and film knowing that they lost their friend? They did it in Fast 7? With Paul Walker? Those were people that had worked on several films with Paul Walker, who then said to themselves, and yes, I get it, Paul Walker filmed some of that movie. I understand that. I get it. I don't need you to explain that shit to me. I was there. I saw. But the fact of the matter is, while mourning, and we saw a video of Tyrese mourning at the crash site. We've seen video of Vin Diesel physically, sick and mourning. We've seen video of his daughter mourning. I'm talking Paul Walker. But Vin Diesel, Tyrese, Ludacris, and the rest of the team pulled their shit together and realized at the end of the fucking day, we have a goddamn movie to make. At the end of the day, we are all still in the business of being actors and actresses. And at the end of the day, my brother is gone. My best friend is gone. My dad is gone. My husband is gone. But these fantasy roles do not die. These fantasy roles continue on. Why? Because this is fucking Hollywood. Why? Because these are fantasy fictional fucking characters. And the fact of the matter is that T'Challa was created in 1966, spring of 1966. That character was supposed to outlive that generation, the next 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 generation, and the next fucking generation. Because he's a fictional character. 2 Batmans is what we're about to have, coupled with the 3 Spider-Men that we have. Joaquin Phoenix portrayed the Joker. Won an Oscar for it. We can have that conversation. We can have that conversation. Make sure you're staying with me with what I'm about to say, because this might go over some of y'all's fucking heads. Because, again, you don't like to pay attention to the realisms of what this conversation really is about. Joaquin Phoenix played the Joker. He won an Oscar for it. Heath Ledger played the Joker and he won an Oscar for it. Barry Keoghan played the Joker. Jared Leto played the Joker. We can talk about all 4 of those. Jack Nicholson played the Joker. I forget my guy's name that portrayed the Joker before. It's just slipping my mind. Anyway, that's another motherfucker that portrayed the Joker. That's all I'm getting at. You and I can have a conversation about what you might like about Joaquin Phoenix's Joker and what I might dislike. Or what I might like about Joaquin Phoenix's Joker and what you might dislike. We can do the same for Heath. We can do the same for Barry Keoghan. We can do the same for Jared Leto. We can do the same for Jack Nicholson. Why? Because it's a fantasy character that other actors have portrayed with the knowledge and knowing that, okay, just because this actor, Heath Ledger, passed away portraying this character does not then mean that the character of the Joker dies with Heath Ledger. Because I've said this before, the argument could be made. Because Heath Ledger's iteration transcended any iteration of the Joker, it's for that reason that DC is deciding not to ever recast the Joker. Because that argument could be made. Because before I saw Joaquin Phoenix, you couldn't convince me that anybody could come in and portray the Joker again. That didn't mean that I was saying we don't need to see any more Joker. I wasn't saying that, because that's my favorite comic book villain of all time. I wasn't saying that. I was just saying, whoever else comes along, you got some big shoes to fill. But then Joaquin Phoenix came along. And the conversation is there. I can tell you what I like about Heath. I can tell you what I like about Joaquin. I can tell you what I disliked about Heath. I can tell you what I disliked about Joaquin. We cannot have that conversation when it comes to the character of T'Challa, because Marvel and you all have selfishly decided that he doesn't need to be recasted. We cannot have that conversation. I can't tell you what a Damson Idris could have done with a T'Challa character. I can't tell you what a John David Washington could have done with a T'Challa character. Since this is going around now, I can't tell you what an Aldous Hodges could have done with a T'Challa character. We don't get to have that comparison conversation. That conversation does not get to take place because the character of T'Challa has been taken off the screen. Because the character of T'Challa has been selfishly removed from the table because somebody over at Marvel Studios is still mourning their very real friend. And again, that's okay. Mourn your very real friend. But you called that mourning honor. Again, that has still not registered to me the honor. I've said this many times, and again, I hate being redundant, but we're here. You wanted to honor Chad? You really wanted to honor Chadwick? Honor him by keeping that character that he cared so much about. Bro, Chadwick Boseman had journals. He had a journal stuffed with shit that he wanted to do with T'Challa. Because he understood how important that character was. Again, this is not me talking out of my ass. This is why I say, do the research for yourself. Stop going to all these other fucking videos and listening to what I'm saying. Listen to what Chill is saying. Listen to what D-Real is saying. Listen to what Theo is saying. Do your own fucking research. Be educated. Knowledge is power. You want to shut them up? Be knowledgeable. Come in and be knowledgeable. Chadwick had a journal listed with different things he wanted to do with the character of T'Challa. But Marvel, Ryan, and Nate Moore said, be damned. Be damned what you wanted. Be damned the person we're claiming to honor, the person we're claiming to honor his legacy. We're not doing what he wanted to do. He wanted the character to continue on, whether or not he was going to be here to do it or not. And make no fucking mistake, Chadwick Boseman was not ignorant to his condition. He knew. He was not ignorant to his condition. He knew that the odds of him possibly going on to portray the shit he wrote down in his journal were never going to happen. But he left that piece for somebody to pick up and say, damn, Chad wanted to do this. Okay, so we want to honor Chad, right? Let's do this. Let's look in his journal. He wanted to do this with T'Challa. He wanted to do that with T'Challa. He wanted to do this with T'Challa. Make no mistake. They were going to do it. Ryan Coogler said before the passing, you can look this interview up too. Again, knowledge is fucking power. Before the passing, what did Ryan say? It was a T'Challa vehicle. The film was going to center around the psyche of T'Challa. We were going to learn more about T'Challa. Why? He's the franchise's main character. I can hear all of you now. The Black Panther is a mantle. It's about the Black Panther. And again, I understand that the comics are not the MCU. I understand that the MCU goes on with their own agenda. But I implore you once more to show me any book, any comic book that T'Challa's involved in with the Black Panther, and show me where it's been anything but about T'Challa. I'll give you the little issues that Shuri had, even though T'Challa was present. Y'all don't like talking about that. Y'all only like, y'all like to come in with half-assed information. You come in and only share the information that you think needs to be shared. Y'all come in and say, you do realize Shuri had her own comics, right? I do. But you do realize T'Challa was in them, right? Like that's a thing, right? Or are we just gonna keep that fucking information cut out? Anytime, and I've mentioned this before too, anytime any of the old Panthers in the comics are called on, it's simply to elevate the character study of T'Challa. We don't go on any grand adventures with any past Panthers. We don't spend a whole issue with a past Panther. We don't spend a plethora of issues with a past Panther. You spend them with the franchise's main character, T'Challa. And the only time that those past Panthers are brought into it, again, I've used this example, I'm going to use it again. Since we've talked about Avatar The Last Airbender quite a bit over here, I found out that we have quite a bit of Avatar The Last Airbender fans. I don't know if some of you that are Avatar fans or maybe you're anti-recasters. The only time you ever learn in the Avatar show about the past Avatars is when it's to benefit the character of Aang. That's the only time. When Aang couldn't figure out what the fuck to do with Ozai, who'd he call on? The past Avatars. They gave him advice. Same thing with T'Challa. Same thing with T'Challa. So this idea that the Black Panther is a mantle, that it gets passed down all the time, that's not, no. It does not get passed down all of the time. The only time within Marvel Comics it's moved is to Shuri for a bit of time. But y'all don't like talking about that. You like to go in after you've watched your Ms. Mojo videos, you know, get to know T'Challa in 5 minutes or 10 facts about T'Challa, the Black Panther. You've watched that video and you came out of that video feeling confident. You came out of that video feeling educated. You came out of that video feeling validated. So validated, so confident, so educated that you join spaces still not knowing what the fuck you're talking about. It's not about disrespecting Chad. It's simply not just about recasting the character. It's about recasting the character, but it's not simply about recasting the character. It's about how important this character is to media. Somebody told me in the comments, they quoted what I said when I called T'Challa the Black Superman of our community. And I still stand on that, he is. They said, what about Blue Marvel? What about Icon in DC? What about some of these other black superheroes that are actually akin to Superman? Again, this is why I say you need to understand and know what you're talking about when you speak. No one is dismissing those black heroes. Why? I talk about Blue Marvel, Adam Brashear, quite a bit also. I've mentioned Icon here and there. I've said things about black DC heroes, things about black Marvel heroes. But you want to know the most fun fact about all of that shit? There would be no Adam Brashear without T'Challa. There would be no Icon, since you want to move it over to DC, without T'Challa. There would be none of these other black heroes that you guys want to throw in. Talk about, well, you still got this character, you still got this character, without T'Challa. Make sure you hear me and hear me well when I say T'Challa was the first leading black superhero in publishing, period. There was no one before him. Many thrived after him, but none came before him. So in order for you to have an Adam Brashear, in order for you to have an Icon, T'Challa had to walk so that they could fly. So the idea that T'Challa is just being taken off of the screen. And again, I'm not going deep into it. For those people that are watching, I'm not going too deep into like the reasons of why he was created. Come back in later in this month if you feel so inclined. I'll have a video up about it then. You can educate yourself. You can leave feeling educated, maybe. And again, this is no conversion therapy. I'm not trying to convert you. I don't really give a fuck what you think. I'm not trying to convert you to thinking or believing the way that I think and believe. If you think T'Challa should remain the way that he is, that's your fucking prerogative, bro. You have that fucking right. I'm not trying to convert you to thinking anything. I don't want you, if you don't want to think the way I think, don't. But stay out of the space. Stay out of the space. It makes no sense to me when you all come in to a space that you're not familiar with in the first place, and you say the ignorant, outlandish shit that you say. You guys are the worst. You guys are worse than the Snyder guys. You're this, you're that. We are all those things because we want the character to continue. We're misogynistic because we want the character to continue. We're gatekeeping because we want the character to continue. We're being fanboys because we want the character to continue. We're the worst because we want the character to continue. We've been compared to the Snyder crowd because we want the character to continue. So wanting the character to continue automatically invalidates us and makes us the villain. That's interesting. I find that to be strange. I find it to be baffling, just as baffling as you guys coming into spaces you claim not to care about. But then again, I'm just a small little YouTuber, small little channel, not a lot of subscribers, loyal followers. I love my viewers. I'm not that big. So who the fuck am I? Why does it matter what I say? That's why I said I was so glad when Cat Williams said what he said, because maybe hearing it from a celebrity, somebody bigger, somebody that's in the limelight, somebody that you feel that you might want to listen to. Maybe having somebody like that and hopefully more come out and say things about why T'Challa's important. I mean, we can take it back to what Kat said. Christopher Reeves fell off a horse and broke his legs. He was paralyzed. In the next movie, Superman wasn't paralyzed. Superman didn't fall off a horse. Superman is actually just got recasted. I've mentioned that too. Am I upset about Kal-El? I am. I'm upset about Henry Cavill? I am. But I also understand that Superman is still going to be on the screen in 2025. In 2025, James Gunn has promised that they are going to deliver a PG-13 Superman legacy film to where the character of Superman is going to get to continue on screen. Oh, it's not the same. Henry Cavill didn't die. Someone actually died. Oh my God. People pass every day. It's tragic. It's tragic. It is tragic that Chadwick Boseman passed. But let's say that, let's say that something was to happen to Elon Musk. I don't know, let's take it out of the movie space. Do you expect Tesla to stop creating Teslas? Do you expect SpaceX to shut down and not do anything else regarding the solar system, the space, the galaxy, anything like that? Do you expect them to shut down production and it's all just done? That's not how shit works. That's not how life works. We progress and we move on. That's how it works. It's not one of these things where the character dies with the actor who's portraying them. Doesn't happen that way. But for you all to constantly and continuously come into this space and make it so much more, so much, I don't want to say so much more. Make it what it's not. Make this hashtag what it's not. Put your own ideals and false campaigning issues behind it. That the things that you guys say about the hashtag, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. Again, it's multi-layered. And I hope that when I put this video out in February that you guys are all interested enough to understanding those multiple layers to this conversation. But yeah, I did want to say that I actually came in a little bit calmer than I expected I was going to. I guess I had time through the day to kind of chill out, calm down, think about some shit, not wanting to reiterate some things, not wanting to come in and just give away everything that I've been working on. You know, I don't want to just give all that shit in, but I did have things to say today. And I hope. Doesn't matter what I hope. What is this? I think I'm like 1,000 conversations. Let's be more realistic. I think I have maybe 15 or so videos on my channel when it comes to recasting. So if you haven't gotten it yet, I'm not holding my breath that you're going to get it after this conversation. But again, it's so much deeper. Again, it's so much deeper than what you look at it at face value. It's so much deeper. And I'm closing. It's so much deeper than some of the things that y'all come in here and say, like, oh, well, the family wanted this. Or you do know that they said that the family was involved every step of the way. Huh.
It was like going into a whole nother world.
Huh.
How would you feel if they recasted T'Challa?
Huh.
I would have been fine with it.
Hmm.
Yeah. I would have been fine with it because Chad was not him and he wasn't Chad. You know, Chad was Chad. T'Challa is just the character. You know, when Christopher Reeves had the accident,
my.
They didn't stop having Superman.
Well.
Yeah, I mean, they just got somebody else to play the role of Superman. I think that the role was far too important, and it was bigger than just one person because of the effect that it
Speak
had
on it, Pastor Bozeman.
Like
speak on it.
Great nephew.
What about the black children?
From watching the first Black Panther, his aspiration was to be a scientist because he saw this brilliant,
a scientist,
elegant,
not a superhero, a scientist,
black man.
Come on.
He said, "I can do that too."
Come on.
What do you think Chadwick would have been?
And he had those two qualities. So he was
this part right here. I want. Let's hear this last part. We've already talked about this, but let's listen.
The movie, or what do they think of it?
Everyone's seen it. Everyone liked it. Of course, if you've seen it, the first 5 minutes it's like a funeral service all over again. So that was emotional. Yeah. I've seen it 3 times. Once in DC, once in LA, and then in DC at the Black Smithsonian, and then I made an appearance because this fraternity asked me to here. So I've seen it 3 times, and I cried all 3 times.
What I thought was,
but once again, it's we don't know what we're talking about. We don't know what the family would have wanted. You guys sound disgusting. You don't think about what the family wants? Did you guys ever stop and think that the family didn't want the character recasted? You know, we have brought this up so many times that Derek Bozeman has... This is not the first time he has said this. This is not the first time, Derek Bozeman. For those of you that are new, and may not be privy to the information because you refuse to do your own research to become knowledgeable in a subject you spend a lot of weird time in. This is not the first time Derek Bozeman has spoken about this. Derek Bozeman has said many times that he believes, and he has had conversations with his brother that has led him to believe, that he would have wanted the character recasted. And one thing he said there was, it was like reliving the funeral. And I've said that. I've shared those pictures. The picture of the casket, unnecessary. The opening of the film, fucking disgusting. And it's that way because we couldn't get out of our own way of our own feelings. We couldn't be professional enough to make a film. I've seen some people saying, so you expected the cast to come back and record a film after they just lost their lead, their friend, and in some people's terminology, their brother. Yeah, I did. And you can call me messed up. You can call me fucked up. You can call me unsympathetic. Anything you want to call me. But what you can't call me is wrong. You can't call me wrong. And the reason you cannot call me that is because that is the business. I'm not in the business. But I consume enough of the business to understand that if an actor passes or something happens to where they are no longer able to play that role, that the role does not then die with them. I also understand, again, I've shown this too, I also understand that this role, it's bigger than me. This role, it's bigger than Chad. He understood that. This role is bigger than this community. Because these little boys right here, on top of these little boys from the civil rights movement era that have gotten to grow up, waited 50 plus years to see T'Challa on screen, just to have him taken away. Representation fucking matters. It fucking matters. There is the video of the Little Mermaid trailer when it first dropped. Some of you might remember, some of you might not. But when that trailer first dropped, there was a montage of videos with all these little black girls. Let's shift it for a minute. Let's shift just for a second. And all these little black girls were watching the Little Mermaid trailer. And watching the Little Mermaid trailer, they all said the same thing that the black little boys were saying. And one more time, because I don't know, I don't know who's, whatever. But the same thing that those black little boys were saying. Mommy, mommy, I see me. There were little girls sitting on their couches, sitting in their mom's laps, laying in their beds, saying, Mommy, she looks like me. And do you want to know why those little girls were so excited? Those black little girls were so excited about that. Because they got to see themselves on screen. And I know that that's probably not a big deal to you, to some of you, because you're represented in every avenue every day. And because you have been represented since birth, you don't recognize that representation. It goes over your head. But trust me, for those of us in the black community, for those of us in the Hispanic community, for those of us that are minorities, when we see the representation, it matters. So don't be so selfish. Don't be so privileged. Don't be so willfully ignorant that you are unwilling to look at the plight of another community, of someone else, and try to understand where the fuck they're coming from. Try to understand that. Because again, these young men here loved T'Challa when he was created in spring of 1966, waited 50 plus years for him to be put on screen just for him to be taken away. And for everybody saying, well, it doesn't matter, he will be back. He's coming back eventually. That word eventually. Eventually is not promised to everyone. Eventually is not promised to me tomorrow. It's not promised to you. It's not promised to anyone. So when you say eventually, again, your privilege is showing. I'd put that shit away. But it's bigger than that. And so, like I said, I encourage you to come back sometime this month. If you're not a subscriber, maybe you don't like me. Maybe you're watching saying, I can't stand this nigga. I wish he'd shut the fuck up. I hate when he gets on here and talks. Maybe you don't like me. And I like the fact that you don't like me. I'm not here to be your fucking friend. I'm not here to make you feel comfortable. I'm not here to make you feel some type of way. I'm up here because I have a platform to say what I want, how I want, when I want, and I'm going to use that platform to spread awareness for my community, regardless of if you like it or you don't. I'm black 247-365. I don't get to decide when I want to be black. Again, Paul Moody said it the best. Everybody wants to be black until it's time to be black. All these anti-black conversations that are going on right now, the shit with Ty Nichols, I don't even want to, I'm not, because I could go, but I'm not getting into that. But those same anti-black conversations are the same anti-black conversations that I have had in spaces with anti-recasters. There are our own brothers and sisters from our own community that don't get it. That's sad to me. There are people that are, one thing that I love that came out during that whole Ty Nichols shit. Now, I haven't watched that video, and I refuse to watch that video because I cannot watch another one of us die at the hands of the police. I can't watch that again. Especially at the hands of police that fucking look like us. I can't watch that again. But one thing I love that came out about that, for those of you that aren't familiar, and I talk about this in the video, but I'll give you a little sneak peek. Bad Boys. I talked about this in the video prior to the Ty Nichols incident. I had this written down in my notes prior to the incident. But the scene in Bad Boys, Boys in the Hood. The scene in Boys in the Hood, where Cuba Gooding Jr. is up against the cop car, and the black officer puts the gun up to his neck and tells him, I took this job so I could take out niggas like you. I'm probably not wording it exactly correct, but you understand. We've all seen Boys in the Hood. Some of us. And that's that anti-black conversation where there are some people that within our own community that are so anti-us because you're too busy tap dancing for these white folks that you don't know where you come from. You don't know how important our history and heritage are. That's why I said I honestly refute Black History Month, because you can't reduce my culture's history to the single shortest month of the year to a single month in the year. It's not possible. Black history is American history. And when you understand, like Maya Angelou said, where you come from, then maybe you can understand where we are coming from on the pro-black side. I will never, I can't go against my own fucking community. I can't. So yes, I'm going to continue to fight for the character that looks like me. I'm going to continue to say the character that looks like me should be recasted. I'm going to continue to sit up here regardless of how sick it makes you, regardless of what you think of me, regardless of what you think of the hashtag, regardless of you tuning in or not. If I have 2 people watching, I'll still talk about it. If I have 0 people watching, I will still talk about it, because none of you dictate what I do on this platform. None of you. So with that said, stay out of spaces that you don't understand. Knowledge is power. If you want to learn and you want to know where this community is coming from, instead of just being willfully ignorant, go educate yourself. And lastly, as always, recast T'Challa. Your mileage may fucking vary. Okay. I did want to. I wanted to go in a little bit, just a little bit. I didn't. That's not what I had planned to say, but it took me a different direction. So I know you guys have been talking, I'm sure, a lot. I don't even know. I wouldn't even know where to begin here. Let me see. Yeah, I know you guys were going off on this. You guys were going off. And I appreciate all of you guys that have stayed, that, you know, listened. Of course, I know who my viewers are. I know who my fucking viewers are. I know my viewers so well that I recognize when a new name enters the chat. When it's a name I've not seen before, I recognize that. Why? Because I know my viewers. So I know that you all feel the exact same way on this topic. I'm not gonna be able to go through everyone, but I'm gonna try to touch on some of these here. Edward said, "We won our generation's Mr. Tibbs in T'Challa," right? Raymond said, "Chadwick Boseman and William Hurt were both well-accomplished actors. There's a difference here, and it's called hypocrisy and racism." That's how I see it. I see it the same way. The hypocrisy is real. It is hypocritical. It's hypocritical for you to say that William Hurt gets to be recasted with Harrison Ford, because there was no way that you could tell those stories without Thunderbolt Ross. But you found a way to fuck up Wakanda. Yeah. D Stizzle said, "A little tease is all good." Darth said, "We ain't never letting up recast T'Challa, and I'm thankful that Darius standing up, speaking for what he believes in. You gotta do nothing but respect it." Thank you. I appreciate it. Valley Superb said, "Him not caring about the babies is why I feel no way about being disrespectful towards Ryan Coogler. Narcissist." Right? Kenny said, "I did the same thing, though, not gonna lie." Pookie Wood said, "They say, but I watched Wakanda Forever with my nieces." Daniel said, I'm glad you're speaking about this because I've been saying for a while that Disney/Marvel, for all of their talk of representation, have been fake about it and not recasting T'Challa shows it. Indeed. Tyrone said, Red Hulk can be skipped. Betty Ross ain't even in the picture. Right. Raymond said, they in here. Oh, I know, Raymond. I know. Hi. I know. Bro. And again, this is not conversion therapy. At the end of the stream, at the end of the day, at the end of the week, day, month, whatever. I don't trust me when I say this, and I mean this, bro. Like, I guess that's why it weirds me out. I guess that's why I'm so perplexed when people come into spaces like this space, but they say they don't care about it, but they're constantly in it. Because when I say I don't give a fuck about something, you will not hear me. Unless it's brought up to me, I will never bring it up. I won't discuss it because I don't find joy in discussing shit I don't fucking care about. If you don't care about the recast crowd, why find yourself engaging with the recast crowd? I'm be honest with you. A lot of you anti-recasters engage more with the pro-recast crowd than I do, bro. You engage more with them than I do. I'm not even clicking on the hashtag recast T'Challa to go see a thread of shit. Because I'm tagged in it. Like, I don't even, like, bro, that's, again, it's weird. Is that not weird? Is that not fucking weird? That's weird. It's strange. Let's see. Tyrone said, Red Hulk can be, I'm sorry, I read that. Xavier said, you already know. They're in here lurking. Oh, yeah. Tyrone said, T'Challa is more important than Ant-Man, Shang-Chi, Moon Knight, and Bucky. Bro, yes. Tajik said, tell them it's okay you have a bootleg Captain America and a new and improved MCU. Then we got Grace. Oh, yeah, Black Widow. Yep, there you go. Thank you. I'm missing some. I was missing some. I'm sure I'm still missing some more. Yep, She-Hulk. Andre Ware said She-Hulk. Tyrone said T'Challa more important than Carol Danvers. Yes. JD75 said took the character off screen and trying to erase him for no reason, no legitimate reason whatsoever. None. But everybody's just okay with the treatment of T'Challa too. Like even in the comics, people are like, "Oh, it's okay. It doesn't matter. You know, it's fine." And bro, I bet you. Never mind. I'm not even gonna. Never mind. I'm not even gonna say that. No. Sir Yuri G said, sadly, the only movies they can do that with now is Miles in the Spider-Verse. D. Stizzle said, Thaddeus and Betty Ross are crucial to the Hulk mythos. T'Challa is extra crucial to the BP mythos, right? Kenny said he wanted to sound smart. LOL. Producer Thrag said, that's why I can't watch them people. They are so tone deaf and clueless. D-Stizzle, yeah, okay, Kenny, I know what you're talking about when you say you want to sound smart. I know what you're saying now, exactly. D-Stizzle said, Rob's an OG comic head, too, and should know better. That's what pisses me off, bro. I like Rob, don't get me wrong. I like Chris. I like them all. I hate their takes on certain things, but I like them, all right? I can hate your take, but still like you. Like, let's normalize that shit. And his take on recast, like you said, with him being the comic head that he is it's wild. Professor Fan said Wakanda Forever didn't even focus on the other tribes or locations. It didn't, and plus we've been getting all these deleted scenes and things, like the deleted scene where the border tribe was trying to get Okoye to become queen, or the deleted scene where Okoye was telling Letitia Wright's Suri goodbye, or the deleted scene where she was supposed to fight, I guess, go up against the Doras or whatever. You know, they promised, because T'Challa was absent, that we were going to explore more of Wakanda. We did not. We didn't. I implore you to. Tell me. I could be wrong. I did watch the movie. I walked out, but I did watch the movie. I could be wrong. Did we learn anything new about Wakanda? Or did we explore any new places in Wakanda? were the geopolitical issues thrown out in Wakanda. I can tell you what I learned from Wakanda Forever about Wakanda, that Wakanda is weak. Any old body can walk up in Wakanda. I mean, Namor just walked up in that motherfucker twice. Second time, killed motherfuckers. And then left unscathed. So, I've learned that Wakanda's weak. There's obviously not a lot of security. Nobody's watching the Queen Mother. The princess can just get kidnapped at any old fucking time. They're not as intelligent as once portrayed. They're not special anymore because they're not the only ones with vibranium. The army is obviously not as big as what we saw in Infinity War. You know, when Wakanda was doing their part in helping protect the world, we showed the might of Wakanda. But when it come to Wakanda protecting their own borders, we saw the Doras of Wakanda. Man. And it's like Dr. Umar said, if you don't understand what I'm saying, it's because you're a multiculturalist. But I digress. Xavier said, the fact that Rob took that stance is mind-boggling. Raptor Cloak said, Yolande Noel said, Kenny Pierce said, the geopolitical, shut the fuck up, it's a superhero movie, bro. Right. Raptor Cloak said, Yolande Noel said he'd love, yep, he did. He'd love to be T'Challa and the world didn't end. So Disney is straight BSing with thinking T'Challa isn't a recast. And not only that, I should have said this when I was talking. I also find it strange that being from our community, Ryan and Nate, that you can look at another brother that's in the same business as you, and you both being brothers in this industry, knowing, Ryan especially, knowing how hard it is to get a start in this community, being the color that we are. And some people might say, oh my God, it is about color. It is. Yes, we have made progressions in this world. Yes, we're no longer slaves. Yes, we are no longer segregated. But the idea that racism doesn't exist anymore, you're ignorant. You're ignorant. So I find it weird that two brothers in this white business, knowing how hard it is for us in this business, and don't hit me with that shit, bro. Don't. I have video that I'm putting in the BP Black History Month video of other artists, other black stars, other black celebrities talking about how hard it is to get jobs in this business. So don't hit me with that shit. It's tough. So for them, Ryan Coogler and Nate Moore, to not be able, and Nate Moore's words, I couldn't look at the next young actor and say you're T'Challa. So you couldn't look at the next young black brother from your own community and say, let me change your life? Let me make you a household name? Let me make you the face that young black men and young black boys and the black community can look up to? That's what's weird. That's strange. That's strange. Thank you so much, Ross Dog, for the. I just saw that. Thank you so much for the that super chat there. Very, very generous $10 super chat where he just said, "Love the passion and message." Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate you being here. Let's see. I saw I was tagged here where John said, we need, I'm sorry, I don't want to butcher the name. Wasn't added to Marvel. We need more Asian representation. And that is so true. You know, one thing I said about Shang-Chi, and most of, guys, when I say stuff, I promise you, these are, this is authentically me. When I get up here, I'm not doing this for the clicks. I'm not doing this for the views. This is authentically me. This is how I think on camera. This is how I think off camera. And when I saw Shang-Chi for the first time, I said, a lot of young kids, specifically the Asian community, are about to have a brand new favorite fucking superhero, and they should. Because representation fucking matters. And yes, more Asian representation would be great as well. Let me take it back up here because it kind of brought me down. Brought me down a little bit. I'm going to bring it back up. Again, I'm not going to be able to get on everybody, but I'm going to try to touch on some of these things here. Stephen Dunn said they were co-workers. They weren't family members. I'm not giving them the morning excuse anymore. And brother, honestly, I agree with you. I agree with you. They were co-workers. Because if they were as close as what they say they were, Chad might have shared his illness with them. But he didn't. He kept it in his family. He did not share that information with them. If they were as close as they say they were, well, no. Like I said, Chad would have told them some of those things. So I agree. Let's see. D. Stizzle said, I consider myself a proud gatekeeper. If more gatekeeped, we might not have been in this mess. And that's true too. That's true too. Chill said, I was so excited when he was cast as T'Challa. I had been waiting for Black Panther since 2011. Right. John said he missed my thoughts on the DC stuff. Don't worry, bro. All these topics are going to get clipped, and I'm going to make them their own video. So if you might be able to watch, or you will be able to watch it back in the replay. Let's see. Kenny said, not recasting is a... damn it, it took me down. Oh my god. I appreciate you guys too, because it's doing that because people are commenting, and I love it. I love the fact that you guys are... Thank you so much, Reese, for the super chat there. Reese came in and said, sign and support Reese and Chad with his petition. Yes, make sure that you guys are going in. We talked about that a little bit last week. Make sure you guys are going in and talking about or signing that petition for what Reese is doing with his petition at change.org for recasting T'Challa, save T'Challa. Let me actually kind of pull that back up. I can put that in the chat. If anybody has anything they want to say that I didn't, because it's going to keep bringing me down, and I'm sorry, Put any thoughts that you have at the bottom here, and I will read them. I'll make sure that I read those. Let me get to Reese's petition here really quick, so that I can put that in the chat for you guys. For those of you that are not aware, bear with me one moment. Bear with me just one moment. Let me get this pulled up. Okay. It is change.org. All right. Oh, wait, that's not the right one. Hold on, I'm sorry, 1 second. All right, here it is. All right, this article here, this petition here was put on by one of our viewers, Reese, and his parents, and he just wants to express the importance, like we all do, the importance of T'Challa, this character, why this character matters, X, Y, and Z. Hold on, I'm trying to get this, there we go.
And if anybody would like to, I'm putting that in the chat right now. Please go and sign this petition. It's got 78 signatures right now. But it is something that Reese is passionate about, and it's a passion that we all share. It's a passion for wanting to see this character. Okay, hold on. I don't know why this isn't. Oh, it's too many. Damn, why can't I put that in there? Why? It might not let me put it in here because it's saying that the link is too big. Damn. Okay. Well, here it is here on the screen. Everybody go over, sign this petition. Once you sign this petition, and I'll read the first part here of what they're saying. This petition is created by a young special needs fan with the help of friends and family who has looked up to both actor Chadwick Boseman and superhero King T'Challa / Black Panther since his solo movie released in 2018. This petition's purpose is to push forward the recasting of King T'Challa, aka Black Panther, to properly honor the late actor. Chadwick Boseman's work, courage, and selflessness. This is not a copy of the hashtag Recast T'Challa petition by E-Man Movie Reviews, but it is an emphasis on it and just how meaningful and impactful Chadwick and T'Challa are to the world. With enough support, this petition hopes to show Marvel Studios and Disney that they have made an incredibly selfish and hurtful decision by ending Chadwick's immeasurable legacy in the recently released Black Panther Wakanda Forever movie in 2022. This is primarily a demand for Chadwick's goal of making T'Challa a popular and respected as any other superhero to be continued by another actor. It goes on to say, sign the petition, share this petition with friends and family, anyone else on social media. Use the hashtag SaveBP for Chad whenever and wherever possible. So yeah, like I said, I definitely appreciate Reese and his parents because Reese is especially when we talk to T'Challa, they are always in the chat and it's something that they are passionate about and they share that. I share that passion with them. I am also very passionate about, obviously, T'Challa being continued. So I hope that a lot of you can go over and sign this petition and support Reese in any way that we can. Reese, I have also added your petition into into my video that's being released here soon, so that people that do see that video can see your petition as well as the petition that E-Man has created, and go and sign it as well. So definitely show support, everyone. But I will read some of these comments that have come in here at the bottom. Tyrone said Claw should have been his cyborg sound creature self, then just killed off by Killmonger. Yeah. Yep. Kenny said, that's why I watch, because it's nice to consume content from someone without a veil or an agenda. Thank you so much, Kenny. Ross Dog Broken Spirit said, Boseman could have played James Bond, charismatic as fuck. Bro, yes. Tyrone said, why couldn't they adapt the John Ramada Jr. run? Of the comics in 2018 in the 2018 film, then have him be a background second fiddle character to Spider-Man in Civil War. Reese said, also, can we have your account for IG? Is this my account? My personal account? You wanted my personal account or the Planet Fanatics account? Let me know which one you're talking about. Tyrone also said Idris Elba should have been T'Challa, then Heimdall. He definitely shouldn't have been no damn Heimdall. He had no business being Heimdall. Tyrone also said they could have got Adwell. Cannot. From Mummy Returns in G.I. Joe, Rise of Cobra to play M'Baku. Andre Ware says, just sign the petition. Thank you so much, Andre. Thank you so much, Antonio Films, for our signing as well. Gray said, Wesley Snipes wanted to be T'Challa. He had to be Blade when he couldn't get it done. And see, that's a story I didn't know anything about. Did not know that. Gray said he signed it last week. Thank you, Gray. Gray also said, I would have loved to see what Wesley Snipes' Black Panther movie. I was talking to Tyrone there. Elliot said, the first movie with a recast T'Challa will make billions like the second coming. Bro, you're not lying. You're not lying. And that's the thing that I want them to see. Just do it. I guarantee you, if they did, and I know Mano 215's not in here, and I know, bro, they're not recasting. My personal, and I'll share this with everyone if everybody wants to know. I don't know if anybody wants, but my personal Instagram, it's one that you can't forget the name. My Instagram name is Bet Nobody, altogether obviously. Bet Nobody has this username, and that's my username. It's been my username ever since I've had a Instagram, because when I was trying to get a username, every username I put in was taken. So I was like, you know what? Bet Nobody has this username, and that is my username. So you can find me there. Find me on my personal Instagram at Bet Nobody has this username. Raymond said, Aldous Hodges as T'Challa. Even my aunt wants that because apparently they're married. I don't know. Pookie Wood said signed. Thank you, Pookie Wood. Omega095 said, I love black artists more than white. No offense, but as a white person myself, I love them ever since those Tayo Cruz and Neo hits back in 2010. I even love Jamie Foxx more than Andrew Garfield. Let's see. Kind of got to go up here a little bit. D-Stizzle said, Rob's good for breaking down comic storyline, but he has the worst takes on MCU in my opinion. I agree, bro. I really do. Like, sometimes when Rob's talking, I'm like, Rob, what? Xavier said, yep, I am pissed at Ryan and Nate. They should know better. J-Rob said, are you talking about the Rob Corp Comics guy? Is that Rob's deal? Is his thing... Is that what his deal is? I don't know. I don't know what Rob's channel is called. I just know he's John's main host, co-host on his show. Antonio Film said, yep, it's already hard to get work, and they kill off a character. SMH Chad would not have wanted that. Not at all. D-Stizzle said, the film emphasized they have top flight security of the world. Grand Region Thrag said, why was the king of the Jabari doing general border work? Bro. Antonio Films also said, yeah, I wasn't feeling Rob trying to do a political channel either, but that's whatever, right. Ross Dog said, a whole whale. Blues House said... Blues House said, maybe all of the Wakandans didn't come back from the blip. Maybe, bro. Grenadiers of the Back said, Namor literally drove a whole whale right up to the Queen's palace. That's what Ross Dog saying, a whole whale. A whole whale right up to the palace with a gang of his homies and knocked M'Baku along the way to killing the Queen. Yeah. Yes, Ross Dog, I walked out. So once Queen Ramonda was killed, because when we were reading the plot leaks before the film, I said in that video, if this is true and they do kill the Queen Mother, I will walk out of this film. And it was true, you know. And I was loud the whole film. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I wasn't heavily medicated before I watched that film anyway. But I was extremely loud when I left. Not disruptive to, anybody. I don't think I was disruptive to anybody. But when she died, I said, this is too much Black Death. I'm not watching this film. I'm done. I gathered my shit and I walked out. And that is the only time and the last time that I have and will ever see that movie. Connoisseur Triple Salute said, at this point, what's understood doesn't need to be explained. What's understood does not need to be explained. Raymond said, these anti-recasters love Oprah and Gail, by the way. Chills said, antis act like people can't suspend disbelief. Did people walk out of Iron Man 2 or Avengers because Rhodey and Bruce were recasted? Nope. And listen, I mean, Jon Favreau, we've talked about this too. Jon Favreau called the Russos and spent hours on the phone with the Russos. And this is the Russos' words, not mine. The Russos said they literally felt like they were talking Jon off of a ledge because Jon called them after finding out that they were going to kill
that they were killing Iron Man in Endgame, and he said, "What? What are you doing? You can't kill this character. This character means so much to so many people. You're gonna get so much backlash from this. Why are you killing him? How can you do this?" And everybody, once they read that article, were like, "I felt the same way, blah, 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 blah." Why is it that we can understand that with Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man, who we had seen for 10 years at that point in the MCU, but we couldn't have that same understanding, or don't have that same understanding with T'Challa? Because what John was saying to the Russos is literally what the recast crowd is saying to Marvel. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Do you know how many people are going to be upset? This character is far too important, X, Y, and Z. If you don't know about that interview, once again, knowledge is power. I implore you to go look that shit up. I'm not going to do the work for you. Go look it up. Go look it up. The same way that y'all look up hashtag recast T'Challa even though you say you're sick of it, use that same look up energy to look up some of the shit that you claim to be knowledgeable in. Savage said, "I can't wait to ignore Wakanda Forever on D+. Never gonna watch that ish recast T'Challa." Yeah, bro. I'm telling you. Go watch some paint dry. K-Dot, appreciate you being here. D-Stizzle said, "I dislike country music. It's counterproductive for me to be in a country forums. And he said, "This music is trash. What's wrong with y'all?" And I'm assuming why D-Sizzle said that, I'm assuming why he said that was because he's saying he doesn't like country music, so he doesn't find himself in spaces where country music is being either discussed or listened to. It's not like he's looking up on his Apple Music, or I don't know if he has Apple Music, Spotify, Apple Music, or whatever, and looking up country music because it's not something that he finds interesting. He doesn't like it. So since he doesn't like it, he stays away from it. And again, do with that information with what you will. Ross Dog said, "We all know Superman wasn't recast after George Reeves died." Chill said, "I don't understand the recasting is disrespectful rhetoric. How many times have characters been recasted in general? When was it disrespectful?" No, it's only disrespectful in this case. Just in this case. Xavier said, "Thank you so much for that, Darius." Yeah, no, bro. Thank you for being here. Brian said, "Never stop fighting. Recast T'Challa. Never. Never. No more champagne." Bro, no more champagne. When I tell you that your comment from the last live has been living rent-free in my head, and I often will just laugh randomly at it, when you said the last stream, "White man, white hair, white slate." Oh my, bro, that's still funny. You still get points for that. That shit's still funny. But No More Champagne said, "You're saying what needs to be said, and I appreciate it." No, thank you. I appreciate you being here. Tyrone said, "It's sad. Steel ain't getting..." Yeah, Steel. And now that we're in, I wanted to do it today, but I'll probably do it with you guys tomorrow instead, since, I went a little longer than I planned with the recast stuff. We're going to talk about black characters tomorrow. We're going to talk about some black characters tomorrow from DC and from Marvel. Since it's Black History Month, again, I hate saying that, but it's whatever. We're going to talk about some black characters. E-Man put out a great tweet, I want to say maybe today or yesterday, tagging James Gunn, where he said, I'm summarizing it, but which black hero are you going to choose to be the first leading black superhero film in the DC universe? And it's a great question. Now, James Gunn, of course, answered every other question. He's answered all these other Twitter users and things like that, but that's one he did not answer. It's one he didn't answer. So, I have the same question. Who? What? When? Where? Who is it? But we're going to talk about some of these black characters tomorrow. And we're gonna highlight and honor some of these black characters tomorrow. Let's see. D Stizzle said, "There's a lot of crap I don't like. You'll never catch me on those channels/forums trolling people's dumb." It doesn't make sense, bro. It's just weird to me. Like I will never be that bored. The Architect Ranger said, "Facts, bro." Well, appreciate you. Thank you so much. And again, I don't know if you are just a regular viewer,
This is your first time in the chat, but I told you guys I recognize names. Yours is not one. If you have chatted before, please forgive me, but yours is not one I recognize. So I definitely appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for joining into the chat. Ross Dog said, standing O on the rant. Well, thank you so much, Ross Dog. Grace said, libraries and Google are available. They are. It's public knowledge. Like I said, they can look up anything else the same way that they actively look up hashtag recast T'Challa on Twitter. Something they hate, they can actively look up some of this stuff to make themselves a bit more knowledgeable. Elliot said John Boyega for T'Challa. Daniel Ben said Spidey, Batman, and BP are my top 3 heroes. I love me some Spider-Man. Love Batman. Of course I love BP. Ross Dog said, wow, what set him off? LOL, hate that I was late. What set me off was just anti-recasters on Twitter. You know, I was minding my own motherfucking business last night, bro. Minding my business. Decided, let me tweet about hashtag recast T'Challa, because I haven't tweeted about it in a minute. So let me just show everyone, because I don't ever want anybody thinking, oh, well, has Darius kind of let up? No. Darius has just been working quietly. But I wanted to let people know, you know, I'm still here. I'm still doing my thing, to where somebody came in and said, oh my God, you guys are worse than the Snyder crowd. It's like, bro, what the, how did you find my account? Like, what the fuck? Shit's weird. And like, not only that, bro, I'm not exaggerating when I say this either. When an anti-recaster comments, I'm sure they click on my username that brings them to my Twitter profile. I can tell you, I have never once done that. I'll read what you're saying to me, but the fact that you're an anti-recaster, I don't need to click on your profile, because what you just said to me tells me everything I need to know about you. I do not now need to go to your Twitter page and explore your Twitter page. Not only that, I don't quite give a damn, my dear. Xavier said, so sad and true, it'd be our own community that persecutes the BS. Yep. Or perpetuates the BS. Vanguard said, keep doing the work. Planet Fanatics, you're good at it. Thank you so much, Vanguard. I appreciate that. Raymond said, look, I'm Dancing Daddy, Samuel L. Jackson, to O.C. Davis and Jungle Fever. Hungry Almighty said, what is Batman without Bruce Wayne? Spider-Man without Peter Parker? Superman without Clark Kent? Wonder Woman without Diana? Hulk without Bruce Banner? Wolverine without James Howlett, a.k.a. Logan, right? They are nothing without them. Like, exactly. Daniel said, I believe T'Challa will be recast soon. Well, brother, I'm so glad you believe that, and I guess I join you in wanting it. I don't believe it. I join the want. I don't believe it, but I do join the want. Rostock said, Black history is American history. Yes, sir. Indeed. Let's see. I know there's comments down at the bottom, so let me jump back down here. Let's see. JD75 says, oh, okay, fine, computer. I will later. JD75 said, some people just don't want to see an intelligent brother that can fight and is about family and honor. That just happens to be a king, right? Raymond said, are we going to talk about how Marvel loves being colorist with their comic book characters like Miss Marvel, Riri, and America Chavez because their actor counterparts are much lighter than the comics? You know? I don't talk about that in the video, but I do talk about how Marvel back in the earlier days, even when T'Challa was created, how they used to color black folks. I talk about that in the video. So I do kind of go into that aspect of it. So Yuri G said he needs to give an update on the Static Shock movie. He does, but he does. Savage said Icon. Dark Star Menace said looking forward to that stream. Thank you, bro. Omega095 said Star Wars sequels with John Boyega as lead character where Finn is the main hero and not Rey, with Neo Mandalorians verse New Republic would have been dope instead of a copy of A New Hope. No, I agree. It took me down. Darkstar Menace said, as long as you bring up milestone characters, I'm game for that stream. Yes, sir.
See, Jeezy said, OMG, James Gunn finally didn't respond to a tweet. Of course not. Not that one. That's not a tweet he can reply to. Raymond said, I'm not shocked there are some of us against this. There are some black folks who think R. Kelly didn't do it. Yeah. Yeah. Raymond said they're going to make Storm light-skinned. Probably this is why I prefer comic-accurate casting, but hey, they better not make Storm light. We've already been through that. We don't need to see that shit again. Omega095 said, I feel so sorry for both Ray Fisher and John Boyega. Finn just gets wasted for screening Ray, and Ray Fisher No Ray, no Skywalker gets butchered. His scene by Josh Wheaton. Let's see. Xavier said, I just want to know where we've come to a place where a fictional character is expected to mirror real life tragedy. SMH. Yes, okay, so John, I know what you're saying here. John, he said Asian community. I'm assuming you put that in when I was talking about the Hispanic community, the black community, the minorities, Asian community. Yes, Asian community as well. Asian community as well. All of us minorities. Yes. Granger Thrax said, if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. Right. That's why I said, when did I say that shit? If ifs and buts were candied nuts, we'd all have a Merry fucking Christmas. I said that on the Christmas stream, I think. Network said it's crazy that we can't have a black superhero because they have to place real life trauma in fictional storytelling. Yeah, bro, it is crazy. It is crazy. It is wild. It's wild. Okay. Okay, there we are. Johnny Stevens said, honestly, for me, the bigger issue is why does Hollywood in general find our black heroes expendable? Yeah, bro. Yes, that is a big issue. He also, not talking to me. Yeah, that's an issue. He said, don't disrespect Icon like that. No, I love Icon. T'Challa was the first black leading hero created by a white man. Icon was created by a black man at the first black-owned. Yes, that is true. That is true. But I'm telling you, and I talk about this stuff because I love Icon. Like, I you guys know, I've said this so many times. I love DC more than I love Marvel. So I love Icon. But in the interview that I'm going to show with Chadwick Boseman, in that video, the one I say that got sent to me, something he says at the end of that video is, had Jack Kirby and Stan Lee never created T'Challa the Black Panther, would it have ever been done? And what I took away from that was, with him being the catalyst to starting black superheroes becoming their own and not on somebody's left or The Help or whatever else, in order for that to have happened, in order for Icon to have been made, in order for a black publisher, black-owned publisher to create that, first T'Challa had to still be made. And because, when T'Challa was created in 1966, the southern side of the publishing, comic publishing, said, because, again, I talk about this in the video. I really don't, but I'm gonna say this part. When T'Challa was first created, when T'Challa was first created, he was not the Black Panther. He had a different name. And some of us know that, some of us don't. That his costume that he wears now was not his costume. You could see his face fully. You could see his skin fully. You could see everything. But the southern publishers for Marvel said, you're not about to put that black man on the cover and then you expect us to sell that shit? I talk about this in the video. They weren't they weren't going to do that. They weren't going to. I'm gonna stop it there. But they weren't going to do that. So I hear what you're saying, Johnny. I do, and I agree with you. Like I said, I love Icon. A black man did create him. But would Icon had gotten the noise Icon got, would Icon even been published or anything like that? He could have been published, but were white comic book stores ever going to sell an Icon superhero like him? Sell Icon without first T'Challa coming? I don't think so. Let's say the creator that created Icon before T'Challa was created, and let's say it's in the same time frame of 66. Let's just hypothetically speak. And then he went to white publishers and said, "Hey, I want to get this put out on, certain blah blah blah." I don't think that I know they wouldn't have. I know they wouldn't have. So then what they did was they took T'Challa back to the drawing board and they made him the Black Panther. But they made it to where his mask only covered to here. They took it back to him. They said, "No, you can't put that black man on the cover of a comic issue." So they went back to the drawing board and they covered him completely. There was even a time, I talk about this in the video, where he had to stop being called the Black Panther. But if you want to know more about that, you'll have to come back in February when we talk about it. But I agree with you. No disrespect to Icon whatsoever. Grace said, and these same fans wouldn't ever tell Superman fans that they still have Batman or Hal Jordan if they stopped making Superman films. Oh no, they'd burn Warner Brothers to the ground. Planet Poppy said, recast 616 T'Challa. Yes, sir. Double M said T'Challa has a 56-year-old history, 3 generations, no Black Panther. Exactly. I'm gonna go down here. I'll touch on these last few. Omega Zero said, I feel sorry for both. Oh, I'm sorry, I read that. Edward Stewart said, why not talk about black superheroes in February and June to celebrate Juneteenth? No, we can do that. We can talk about them to celebrate Juneteenth as well. Talk about all these black heroes. I want to highlight these black heroes. Let's give some of these black heroes the recognition that they deserve. They do not deserve to be sitting on someone's shelf collecting dust. They do not. They don't. That's why I'm upset. That's why I have my issues with the Yahya Abdul-Mateen thing. Because there are black characters sitting up on the shelf collecting dust that man could have portrayed, but yet you wanted him to portray a white man's stories in Wonder Man and Simon. I don't get that. Brian Fisher said, once the money stopped, then they started making documentaries about R. Kelly, etc. Then people brought their kids to him. D-Sizzle said, that's true. Marvel has a lot of Asian characters. Most of them are women, though. Zen Man said, did you talk about the video E-Man posted today of T'Challa and Shuri? But yeah, I did. That was one of the first things I showed. And I just said, for me personally, I don't know, this is obviously what we all want Marvel Studios to do. But I said, it's interesting that a cruise ship understood the importance of T'Challa. However, your cinematic universe didn't. So but then again, I also said I like the fact that they did that, but at the same time, that's a cruise I'm never gonna get on. It's a T'Challa I'm never gonna see. So it's a thing for me. Like, that's cool. It's great. Yay, T'Challa. But can we get him on screen? Can we get him where it matters with everyone else, with all these other fucking heroes? Can we see that shit? John said, Planet Fanatics, thoughts on the Black Superman movie coming soon? I'm anticipating Balzad. I am anticipating to see it. It's been talked about for a while. I believe J.J. Abrams is still attached to it. I don't know if Michael B. Jordan is still attached. I know at one point he was. I'm not sure if he is still attached, though. But we really haven't heard much about it outside of J.J. is still doing it. And other than that, it's still happening. And I'm glad it's still happening. I'm glad it wasn't taken off the table. But we'll just have to wait to see what it is that they do. I really don't have major thoughts on it, but it is something that I have my ear out waiting to hear more information about. D-Stizzle said Jimmy Woo was the first MCU fail. He's badass in the comics. That's true. Let's see. Nico Nico Bean said, "Sup, y'all? How you be, Darius? I'm good. How are you, Nico?" Raymond said, "That girl from Never Have I Ever was the second lead up to Miss Marvel before Amon got it." Oh, really? I didn't know that. I did not know that. Never Have I Ever. Never Have I Ever. I know that movie. Never Have I Ever. I know that. I have to look her name up and see what you're saying. Gray said Black Leopard. Yes, Black Leopard. Yeah. Officially MG. Oh, not talking to me. D Stizzle said, "I feel the Kamala actress was close enough. America actress wasn't Afro-Latina at all. No." Yes, Raymond, I know it's February. I'm getting it out this month. I will have that video out probably the middle of February because I'm still not done. I'm still working on it. Like, I worked on it last night some, but I'm still working on it. And I think that's the bulk of everything I'm doing this weekend because I want to make sure that I get it out at least by the middle of this month. Omega Zero said, "Can you imagine Marvel turn Kang into a joke?" I could not imagine that, and I pray, and it seems like the things we've seen, they won't. I hope they don't. Brian Fisher said, "What is the next A-list black male character you want to see being it looks like we aren't or we won't get T'Challa back?" If we're talking MCU, it's Adam Bashir. It's Blue Marvel. If we're talking DC, I do want to see Icon. I want to see Vixen. I want to see Mr. Terrific. I would like to see Steel. I would like to see. I would even like to see, like in Marvel, I would like to see Triathlon. I would like to see, give us a black speedster. I would like to see Triathlon. I would like to see Prodigy even brought in with the X-Men. Sync is even black with the X-Men. I'd like to see him. I could be generic and say, Storm, Bishop, those guys, obviously. There's Brother Voodoo, Misty Knight. I would like to see not just one of us. I would like to see a plethora of us heroes brought into it. I really would. Yes, Cold Tiger as well, Gray. Cold Tiger as well. I cannot find that fucking action figure anywhere. I'm trying to find it. I cannot find that action figure anywhere. Yes, and Patriot. Patriot as well with Prodigy. Yes, Grand Regent Thrag. Night Thrasher, that's another one. 3D Man, that's another one. Let's see. Savage said, "After I learned of his existence, I always felt like BP might have been based on Lion Man from the All Negro comics in 1947. Maybe so." Raymond said, Night Thrasher is one. I wish he had more stories and more of a rogues, right? John said, one race change I'd be fine with because it would work. Is Wildcat to black? You have to tell me that one again. Grace said Black Lightning. Yes, Black Lightning too. How did I forget Black Lightning? Black Lightning, Vixen, Red Lion, Steel. Yep. Black Lightning was good, but after season 2, it went downhill. Honestly, Black Lightning and Young Justice is dope. Black Lightning and Young Justice is dope, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he is still the leader of the League in the series. So yeah, I love him in Young Justice. Raptor Cloak said, I hope Blade isn't turned into a joke. Mahershala Ali is too awesome to waste like that. Yeah, to waste that talent is sure. Cat's Eye said, if we're supporting black characters, it would be nice if Frenzy or Prodigy could win the X-Men vote this year. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's why I didn't say Frenzy, but I did say Prodigy. That's right. Omega095 said Blade slashing a vampire and then uses his awesome catchphrase, it's plating time. Pookie Wood said, I love Black Lightning. Yeah. John said, Wildcat race change would be fine. Wildcat race change would be fine. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't be mad. Then J Rob said, Blade is going to disappoint us all. T Stizzle said, Celicia Reyes and Monette. Let me see. Oh man. Let's see. Anybody else have anything they want to say? Want to get in? Nico Bean said, I think we should come together as content creators this month. It's perfect for our movement. Let's set a date for February 15th or February 16th when the first BP movie came out. You know, if a lot of you know, Chillmonger is a friend, bro. Like, Chillmonger and I are not just content creators. Like, Chill and I, we are friends, and I do consider Chill to be a friend. We had a conversation. We did a video chat with one another on, I think it was Sunday, this past Sunday. We talked for maybe about an hour or so, and we were just talking, we were just talking. And that was something we talked about too. You know, this community of content creators like us, us that care about T'Challa and things like that we have to stick together and things like that. And it'd be nice. We did talk about doing something, you know, having us all come together and doing something for sure. You know, I've talked about that in the past as well. I, at one point, wanted to do a massive BP stream and have, you know, a bunch of different creators together on stream and things like that. But that's something that we should do. We are stronger together than we are divided. Brian said, oh, that was the one I read there. So yeah, if there's anything that anybody wants to say, to come in, anything anybody else wants to say, you are more than welcome to say that here at the bottom. I've got maybe about 10 minutes left here. Thank you, Tim. Tim is in the chat. Appreciate you being here, Tim. But I've got about maybe 10 minutes left here. So if anybody has anything at all, it doesn't have to be recast related. It doesn't have to be related to what we talked about today, topics. It can be anything that you guys feel like, you know, anything you want to say. So the floor is open to anything that anybody might want to say. Remember, tomorrow is Friday, so tomorrow's show is more giveaways. For those of you that won last Friday, your stuff will be on the way. Should be on the way to you. So tomorrow, damn, bro, we are losing 105-91 to Denver, and we just lost in overtime last night to Memphis. I'm getting sick of this bullshit. Memphis is our fucking kryptonite, bro. They are our kryptonite. We cannot get over Memphis. Fuck. And now what the fuck we doing with Denver? I don't even know. Let's see. Omega 095 said, make a reaction song to Frontier's Undefeatable before the stream ends. This one may not get copyrighted. I would have to download it. I might not. Since I'm gonna have to download it, if Omega be here tomorrow, and I will do that then, because it shouldn't just be me tomorrow. Again, I never know. I never know when it comes to my co-host, but it shouldn't just be me tomorrow. I believe it's gonna be myself, possibly Kellen, Corey, and maybe Q. I'm not really sure, but I know I will be here with you guys. So tomorrow, Omega Zero, I can get that downloaded after the stream and then do it then. Savage said, how about Midnight Suns for Marvel? He's obscure as fuck. Are we talking? What are you asking? What I think of seeing him in the MCU? I mean, do I see Marvel doing a character like that? I in their current MCU, or if we're talking the Midnight Suns, are we talking the Midnight Suns? Like the group Midnight Suns that's rumored to be coming? The Midnight Suns, if that's what we're talking about, they are rumored to be coming sooner rather than later, and that's just coming from the Marvel Studios subreddit team that leaked that a couple weeks ago or days ago or whenever that was. It's hard to keep up with that shit. But they talked about it. Midnight Suns are supposed to be coming sooner rather than later, and I've also heard, we talked about it last week, I believe, that with Kang Dynasty, we're supposed to be seeing several iterations of Kang variants, but different teams fighting those variants. So with that rumor came that the Midnight Suns are supposed to be the team that fights Immortus, and that Scarlet Centurion is going to be fought by the Cosmic Heroes. The Kang is going to be fought by the new Avengers team, and we've also heard, like I've been saying from the beginning, when we first talked about that leak, that New World Order is going to kind of be like Civil War. It's going to be a mini Avengers film. Yeah, that's what it's going to be like. Yeah, that's kind of what we know about Midnight Suns, a little bit at least. Official Liam G said, Darius' favorite female DC hero and favorite female male heroes. So my favorite female DC heroes, I'm gonna go Vixen. I'm gonna go Vixen. I'm gonna go Zatanna, Vixen. Actually, no order. Zatanna, Vixen. I really do like. I don't want to be generic. I really don't want to be generic, but Wonder Woman. I love Diana, to be honest. And I love Shaira as well, and the Hot Girl. So there's 4. I'll give one more for my 5. My fifth one. Does it have to be oh, you said hero. So it can't be a villain. My 5th favorite DC I don't know on that one. I'll come back on my 5th favorite female on DC side. But as far as Marvel goes, it's going to be Monica, Scarlet Witch, that one's tough too. I have some fucking many. Depending on who's writing her, She-Hulk. Depending on who's writing Jennifer, She-Hulk. Cause I really do it, especially when she teams up with the Fantastic Four. Like, she's super dope when she teams up with the Fantastic Four. She-Hulk, Monica, Wanda. The comic version of Nebula, I really do love. And then my 4th, because I'm only on 3. My 4th for them. Am I going to be generic and say Storm as well? Do I want to be generic and say Storm? I mean, she's one of my favorites. But someone else that is one of my favorites from that X-Men stuff, I know a lot of people probably like, what the fuck? I love Jubilee. There's a reason my kitten's name is Jubilee. I love Jubilee as well. I gotta watch Bad Batch this week, Tim. I did not watch it. Let me get back with you, Liam, on my 5th DC female, because I'm still thinking on who my 5th DC female is. Raymond said, I just want to say I'm seeing my baby next Saturday. My baby meaning the Lion King musical. Oh, lucky you. My mom went and saw that without me. Brian said Joker is ballin'. John said Milestone should make a DC show about pronunciation. Let's see. William said, I'm a Pelicans fan. Wait, when do we play y'all? I think we play y'all soon, don't we? I'm pretty sure we play y'all soon. And make no mistake, I'm a Steph fan. I mean, I support the Warriors because Steph is there. Steph could go anywhere, and I'm just going to follow him. I was the same way with Kobe if Kobe would have ever left. I think we play y'all. Y'all are playing right now. Damn. So y'all lost tonight, too. Because there's only 2.4 seconds left. And y'all played the Mavs. Not a good night for basketball fans. Well, for our two teams, at least. Raymond said, I like Storm and Widow. I mean, yeah, I just didn't want to be generic. And I didn't want to be generic and say Black Widow. I mean, I do like Black Widow, but I was trying to pull some other female heroes that that don't typically get talked about a lot. Like I like Quake. I like Quake, too. I'm not going to sit here and say she's one of my favorites, but I do like Quake. Zang Beto said, does anyone have a Green Lantern fan cast? I like the Trevant Rhodes route of him as John. Let's see. Mr. Icon Reese said recast T'Challa for sure. CGZ said Supergirl will be on a chunk of Krypton, I'm assuming near a yellow sun, right? I don't believe she's going to get near a yellow sun until Earth. But no, yeah, I don't believe until she is here on Earth. I don't believe so. That's when she's going to be close to a yellow sun. I think where the rock of Krypton she's floating on right now, no. I don't believe so. I could be wrong though. Omega095 said, I forgot to tell you the band singing for Quad Strike anime opening is Our Last Night. They released their studio performance of the opening. You can see their channel on YouTube. Most of their songs are dope. I'll definitely check it out. What's the name again? Our Last Night. Okay. Let's see. Gray said Cassandra Cain, Zatanna, Raven. Fuck, forgot about Raven. I love me Raven too. I love Raven. Like honestly, it's the magic users. You guys know how much I like that magic shit, especially that dark magic. The magic users I really adore. Yeah, Elektra. Gray named Elektra there. Mr. Icon Reese said, how things going on now? Why would a black man call himself Captain America? Sam Wilson needs his own identity. Grindered and Thrax said, well, fuck. Okay, there you are. Solak was always one of my favorites. J-Rob said, all of the X-Women, to be honest, mostly well-written female characters in fiction, right? William said, we don't got Zion. Oh, that's right. Is he still? He's still hurt, isn't he? Is Zion still hurt? Yeah, we're in. We haven't. Oh, okay. No. We are losing to Denver. I read that wrong. We just started the fourth quarter. I mean, we're losing 105 to 118, but. Johnny said, great night for me, for me. Cavs did their thing. Who did the Cavs play tonight? The Cavs played. Let's see. The Cavaliers played. Okay. So you guys beat our kryptonite tonight. You guys beat the Grizzlies and beat them soundly, 128 to 113. Well, we fucking didn't. We went into overtime with them last night and lost. Man, I'm so sick of the Grizzlies. I am so sick of the Grizzlies. They are our kryptonite. We cannot, I'm sick of this. You win, we win, they win. No, I'm sick of that. Like, crush these niggas, man. Gray says Spider Mitchell and Dylan Brooks got into a scuffle. I got the notification for it, but I haven't gotten to watch it yet, so I'm waiting. I'm gonna go to Instagram and see what House of Highlights put out, because you guys know House of Highlights and Bleacher Report put all that shit out. Official Liam G said DC, Wonder Woman, Starfire, Zatanna, Supergirl, Hawk Girl, Marvel, Storm, Monica, Jean,
Scarlet Witch and Kamala Khan. Jean, I think, would be in mine too. I think Jean would be in mine as well. Johnny said Lakers won and LeBron is 68 points away from Kareem. Why have LeBron and KD not played each other? What is up with that? Why every time that they, the Nets meet the Lakers, they don't play? Like either one person's not playing or they're both not playing. Gray said Glenn Powell as Hal Jordan. Stephen James as Jon Stewart. I like Trevant Rhodes too. Glenn Powell actually did a recent interview with E! Entertainment where he said he wants to be Booster. He wants to be Gold. That is what he said. That is coming from Glenn Powell. He wants to go that route. Let's see. D Sizzle said Monica Wanda, Shulky, Storm, Jean Grey, Rogue, Misty Knight, Gamora, Psylocke, X-23, Silver Sable, Firestar, Black Cat, Vixen, Mira, Voodoo, Hot Girl, and Elektra, etc. And Johnny said, we all know WBD is gonna cast Lil Real Howery as Jon Stewart. I'm not sure who that is. Raymond said, that's why I love the Coates run. I love what he did with Io and Anika. Johnny said the Grizzlies. D Sizzle said Spider-Woman, Jessica Drew. William said Monica Rambeau would be better for me if she had her parents and didn't need Carol as her inspiration. That's one thing I don't like either. She's a daddy's girl in the comics, and they just took that out. Sif and Valkyrie. D Sizzle also said Songbird. See, Jeezy said the same actor portraying High Evolutionary will be Jon Stewart. Let's see. Johnny said, man, House of Highlights never give my Cavs they shine. House of Highlights, they definitely pick and choose. Brian said, Raymond said Chris Pratt is definitely getting Booster Gold. Probably so. Brian said Brooks hit Mitchell in the nuts and Mitchell threw the ball at him and shoved him and it escalated from there. Bro, the NBA is so different. It's getting so different. I'm not saying when I say it's soft, I'm not saying that, that whole incident was soft. But what I'm saying is I was watching a video that House of Highlights posted the other day, and it was Larry Nance Jr., and he slapped... Kevin Love slapped Larry Nance Jr. on the ass when they were waiting for the ball to be inbound. He was guarding Larry Nance, and Larry Nance threw his hands up, looked at the ref, and said, that's gotta be a foul. Bro, that is so funny. It's funny because the NBA is just so fucking soft, bro. We're forgetting, let's not forget fucking Dennis Rodman when he played for the Bulls, bro. Dennis's job was to irritate the fuck out of whoever he was guarding. And I like that. I like that. I like when players can get in another player's head like that. I love that shit. Like when Lance Stevenson was blowing in LeBron's ear and shit, bro. Like that shit was funny. It was funny, but at the same time, that is a part of the game, bro. Like you got to be able to handle that shit. Like I always tell my boys all the time, like, the boys be like when another team is arguing and they're visibly arguing on the court, I always tell the boys, hey, feed into that shit. Like you remember when Joakim Noah, when Joakim Noah played for the Bulls and they were playing the Heat, and it was, I believe it was Mario Chalmers and why am I blanking on my guy's name? He was their post player. Fuck, he was a part of their big three. Why am I blanking on his name? Dwayne Wade, LeBron, and come on chat. Dwayne Wade, LeBron. Who is it? Chris Bosh. Thank you, William. Chris Bosh. Yes, Bosh. It was when Bosh and Chalmers were arguing, and Joakim Noah came up to them and was clapping and like, yes, yeah. I love that shit. I love it.
I like it. It's just a part of the game, bro. It's just a part of the fucking game. Grace said Black Cat, Spider Woman, Dagger, Dazzler. I have Dazzler. I have a figure of Dazzler. Mockingbird. Tim said, or the Pistons before Rodman went to the Bulls. Yes, or the Pistons before Rodman went to the Bulls. Bro, back the basketball then, like not even just that time, like when Kobe still played too, like that Pistons team, I hated that Pistons team. With Tayshaun Prince, Chauncey Billups, Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace. They were tough. God, they were tough. And they took a ring away from us tough, bro. Like we went to a 7-game series with them. And they earned every bit of that ring because they were tough as fuck. Not just that group, that Boston's group with Garnett, Paul Pierce, Big Baby Davis, Kendrick Perkins, fucking Rondo was tough as shit then. Like they all like those two teams gave my Lakers, and not just those two teams, the Spurs at one point too. The Spurs at one point too. When they had Tony and Tim and Ginobili, they had a squad, bro. Like the Lakers during that era, we were winning, but it was a struggle. It wasn't easy. That shit wasn't easy. Yeah, bro. Some of those games. I'll never forget the game where Derek Fisher hit that buzzer beater against the Spurs. And Ray Allen. How the fuck did I forget Ray Allen? Ray Allen. They were Ray Fisher hit that buzzer beater against the Spurs, bro. I remember I was grounded. I was in elementary. I was grounded, but I was allowed to come out of my room because my parents understood that I was knew that I was a big Lakers fan. So I got to come out of my room and watch that game. And bro, I will never forget that game. Never forget that buzzer beater. But yeah, guys. Tim said, can't forget the big fight with the Pistons and the Pacers. No, you can't forget that. The Pistons, the Pacers, and the crowd? Yeah, no, you can't forget that. T. Stizzle said, Pops loved Ray Allen when he was on the Bucks. Yeah, bro, Ray Allen. Like Gray said, Jesus Shuttleworth himself. Yes, Malice at the Palace, bro. It was crazy. It was crazy. But yeah, guys, I appreciate all you guys hanging out with me, being here with me tonight. I wouldn't end right now, but I told you guys I deliver now, so I have to drive back up to Tulsa tomorrow to drop off cases. And again, that's a 2-hour drive for me. 2 hours there, 2 hours back. So I really don't feel like making this drive in the morning at 6 fucking a.m., but I'm gonna have to. It's a part of the job. Got to do it. So, like I said, appreciate all of you guys being here with me. Appreciate all the kind support. Appreciate all the oh shit, Brian, you were there? You were in the audience during the Malice at the Palace? Hold on, I gotta know. I gotta know now. I have to know. I have to fucking know now. I have to know now. That's wild, bro. If you were there, it's wild. Yes. Mind of Inception. You can hit me at what the fuck is my email? Isn't it just... Yeah, it's planetfanatics@gmail.com. That's what I thought. Yeah, Mind of Inception. Hit me up on that. On that there. That's the email. But yeah, guys, like I said, appreciate all you guys being here with me. Grace said, did you see when Jermaine O'Neal said slid the Pistons water boy? Yes, bro. Like I said, guys, I've talked to Jermaine. I talked to Jermaine quite a bit because we were supposed to be joining my team here in Oklahoma because his team is in Texas. We were supposed to be joining their program. We were going to be joining. What's the name of that fucking program? I forget the name of his program, but we were supposed to be joining that program. But then, of course, 2020 happened and put all those fucking plans that I had in the fucking shitter. That was arguably going to be one of my best AAU career seasons to date. Like, that one was going to be great. But, you know, shit happens, and then I didn't coach in 2021, and I didn't coach in 2022. This is my first year back. I haven't coached in the last 2 years. This is my first year back. We were supposed to join their crew. I wish we could have done that for sure. Jermaine's a cool dude. Other than sliding the water boy, Jermaine's a cool dude. The funny thing is when he called me, y'all have kind of gotten a sense of my personality so far. When he called me, it was an unknown number, and I forgot. Well, we never set a day that he was gonna call. So when he called me, it was an unknown number. And so, of course, I answered it. I said, hello? And he's like, is Coach Henderson around? Coach Darius around? I said, who is this? I said, who is this? And he said, this is Jermaine O'Neal. I said, okay. I said, hey, Jermaine. That shit is funny, bro. I was just like, I remember I was sitting next to my cousin, and I said, who is this? And when he said Jermaine O'Neal, I said, oh, and I was like, oh shit. I was like, this is Jermaine O'Neal. And he was like, yeah, bro. Fuck. But yeah, anyway, again, like I said, appreciate all you guys being here. Appreciate all you guys hanging out with me. Appreciate the generous super chats that I received tonight. Thank you so much for that. Again, it's never expected, but always appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate all the people watching tonight as well. We had at one point 100 something people in here. We got 71 likes on this stream. And again, I hope that this channel just continues to grow and I appreciate all of you guys helping it to continue to grow. I couldn't do this without any of you guys' support and love. And again, it means the world to me so much. So from me over here in the room, okay. Are we still live though? Okay, we're still live. I wonder when that went out, but that's okay. Appreciate all you guys being here. So for me over here at the room, in the room, thank you guys for being here. I will be back, like I said, with you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow, like I said, we're going to do more giveaways. Look forward to doing that every Friday. So we'll do some games, or maybe the spinning wheel again, do some giveaways, get some stuff to you guys. And the giveaways that were won last Friday, expect those to be coming to you guys very soon. Again, thank you so much. And like, subscribe, because it definitely helps us out over here. Hit that like button if you haven't. Share this video with your friends. It gets us in the algorithm and gets us more viewers, and hopefully some new fellow fanatics joining the team. And again, if you want to join the Discord, I didn't do that at the beginning. I apologize. I came in a little hot and forgot to do it. But if you want to join the Discord, the link is down below in the bio, and it should be the right link, because producer Henry is setting this shit up now, so I'm not. So since he set it up, it should be the right link. So if you want to join the Discord, you can do so. But like I always say, appreciate you guys being here. Like, subscribe. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm doing this right this time. Make sure I'm doing this right. Okay. So yeah, as I always say, thank you all for being here. Like, subscribe, share with your friends, and reminder, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. Share this video with your friends, and I will see all of you guys in the next video. Peace out. Much love. So much appreciated. Be safe. Enjoy your night.